Chapter 1435. Why don't I understand? Beta Persei seemed to be a little anxious. He was afraid that Yang Chendong would look down on him. So he added, "Young master, this field artillery is not as good as mortars in terms of size, range, and power. But its shells are cheap. With this kind of artillery, you can fire shells at will. How can this be compared to mortars?" Yang Chendong snorted. With just one sentence, Beta Persei was instantly speechless. The lack of artillery shells had always been one of the main factors restricting the development and growth of the five-star army. Usually, unless it was necessary, the five-star army would not use mortars in battle. Even if they did use mortars, there would be a limit to the number of shells they could fire. They would have to calculate the number of shells they could fire, which gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. For this reason, some people in the army also raised questions. Why couldn't they prepare more shells for war? In response to this question, Yang Chendong directly suppressed it by saying that the cost of shells was too high. Fortunately, researchers would not have any connection with the army. This was also one of Yang Chendong's strategies to govern the place. The army was only responsible for war, the civil servants were only responsible for governing the place, and the scientific researchers were only responsible for development and research. The parties could not have any horizontal connection, which made the other departments very mysterious in the eyes of the people in the department. So this answer blocked a lot of people's mouths. Now, with the appearance of the field artillery, Yang Chendong did not have to find so many excuses to explain the origin of the artillery in the future. And when he said that they could use shells at will, Beta Persei immediately became very excited. "Young master, can we really fire at will?" Not at will, but the number of shells is always higher than mortars. Oh, by the way, the officials in South City just reported that the greenhouse there is ready for harvest. You can take some people to take a look. Yang Chendong was afraid that Yang Heir would raise the idea of casually firing cannonballs, so he would try firing 2 cannonballs first. Yang Chendong sent him away with one sentence. After Beta Persei left, Yang Chendong also had some peace. Then he looked at Xiu Vi, the captain of the Black Cavalry, and said, "Send a message to Cheng City and let them transport more shells. After spring, we will let the enemy know that in the face of our five-star army, they don't even have the qualifications to fight back." The weather was getting colder and colder, and Eastern Europe was covered in snow. In the past, this time was the most difficult time for the people. Many people would even freeze or starve to death because of the cold weather and lack of food. But with the arrival of the five-star army, everything changed. A large amount of food transported through the 3 eastern provinces made the people no longer starving. Although it was not enough to completely fill their stomachs with 3 meals a day, it was not a problem to have 2 meals a day. In particular, the harvest of the greenhouse allowed more green vegetables to appear in the city. This was something that no one dared to dream about. Now, it had actually been realized. Many people knelt on the ground and sighed at the superb magic of King Wunan of Damyong. At the same time, they were even more determined to follow him. Many people were already prepared to work hard after spring to earn more Chinese coins. In this way, they could buy more food in the coming winter and say goodbye to the days of hunger and cold. A large number of potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, and other seeds were sent to the warehouse. With these high-yielding seeds, Yang Chendong believed that next year would be a bumper harvest. From then on, the people here would not only say goodbye to the life of not having enough to eat, but also become a new food base in the future. It would become a bridgehead from here to the European mainland and become another existence like the first city. This winter quietly passed by under the expectations of the people. In the 3rd month of the year, 1493, the weather began to warm up. After the snow began to melt, the 4 cities with the smell of Yang Xie shone with a new youth. Countless people walked out of their homes and went out of the city to build roads. For them, having something to do and earning Chinese coins was the best life. In the 3rd month, the snow on the roads began to melt. The soldiers were also in high spirits and prepared to go to war. Among them, the tens of thousands of new soldiers were the most excited. This winter, They were able to bask in the glory of being part of the five-star army. They were able to wear thick and warm military coats. Some of the officers who had performed well were even given black down jackets. When they wore these clothes, they were no longer afraid in the cold weather. For a period of time, the matter of a down jacket being exchanged for a wife was happening among the people. Unexpectedly, there was a great tendency that the supply could not meet the demand. This was something that Yang Qindong did not expect. However, in this era of poverty, where human life was the most worthless, it really happened. Yang Qindong did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. However, this also showed that Yang Xie's items were very popular. The story of a down jacket being exchanged for a wife spread in the army. This made many new soldiers who could not find a wife excited. They also longed for an opportunity to get a down jacket. Under the stimulation of material goods, the morale of the army was very high. Yang Qindong knew that it was time to take the initiative. With 30,000 veterans of a new Second Army as the main force, 60,000 new soldiers of the White Russian Division as the support, and the 3 main regiments of the 2nd Division of the 2nd Cold Front Army, an artillery battalion, and an Air Force division, a total of 120,000 people left Kazan City in the middle of March and went straight to the nearest city, Samara. Yes, the Air Force also came. Major General Tianyu, the commander of the Air Force, came to Eastern Europe with Sun Lixing, the commander of the 1st Division, to report to Yang Qindong. The five-star army had 3 main forces, sea, land, and air. However, in reality, the Air Force was often ignored. They had the least number of people, and the hot air balloons under their control also needed the cooperation of the weather. This made them unable to display their original strength on the battlefield, so they could not be counted on in many wars. Seeing the army eating meat and expanding the territory, the Navy also began to move and began to rampage on the sea, attacking cities and seizing land. The Supreme Commander of the Air Force, Major General Tianyu, finally could not hold back. He begged Feng Ku, the first engineer of the Science and Technology Research Institute, and even borrowed a science and technology development team from him at the risk of being impeached. Under the efforts of this team, not only was the direction problem of the hot air balloon solved, but they also created a hydrogen balloon that flew higher than the original one. On the modified hot air balloon, a steam engine was added. After changing the power source, it ensured that they could fly however they wanted in the air and fly wherever they wanted. They did not need to rely on the wind to move forward. They could stay in the air for a full 24 hours, which was enough to deal with the general needs of the war. After the improvement, the commander of the Tianyu army continuously reported to Yang Qindong, requesting to go out and fight. In the end, he got such an opportunity to perform. At that moment, he traveled tens of thousands of li, first arriving at the 3 eastern provinces on a ship from Crimson City, then to the Far East region, and then to Siberia. Even during the new year, he spent on the road. Finally, a week ago, he arrived at Kazan City, just in time for the attack plan. In order to verify that Tianyu's words were not exaggerated, Yang Qindong first watched his performance in the air. After seeing that he indeed had the ability to shoot wherever he wanted, he waved his hand and agreed to let him participate in the military plan to attack the Golden Horde. With the cooperation of the Air Force and the 275mm field cannons that were delivered in several batches, Yang Qindong led his army of 120,000 confidently out of Kazan City and headed straight for Samara City. These 120,000 people were just the first echelon. Behind him, there was a newly built 2nd Division of the White Russia with 60,000 members. After the 5-star Army's main force attacked the city, they would be responsible for logistics, battlefield cleaning, and prisoner guarding. The commander of the 2nd Division was Nikolaev. From the first generation's temporary commander to the commander of the 2nd Division, Nikolaev was noble and took the initiative to let Huri be the commander of the 1st Division. In his words, Huri was once a great Khan and knew how to manage an army better than he did. Nikolaev's modesty, in Yang Qindong's eyes, made him very satisfied. From his observation these days, this person's learning ability was very strong, and most importantly, he was very loyal. He never thought of himself as a white Russian. On the contrary, he applied to become a Han citizen several times. He even said in front of everyone that a person's origin could not be changed, and all he could do was to become a qualified Han citizen through his own efforts. Such a loyal person, and also a talent, Yang Shindong of course had no reason to let him go. With a wave of the pen, he agreed to his request to become a Han citizen and gave him the position of commander of the 2nd Division. He also left a battalion of the new 2nd Army to be responsible for his safety. In the end, it was also to monitor him. Yang Shindong would never easily trust a person of another race. Even if he trusted that the other party would not do anything to betray him, he still had to take the necessary measures. After temporarily handing over the matters of the rear to Nikolaev, Yang Shindong led the 120,000 troops out of the city and headed south. As soon as he moved, the scouts of the Golden Horde, who had been watching his movements, immediately reacted and reported the matter to the Great Khan. In the Golden Horde, Mahama summoned the generals to discuss how to deal with the 5-star army. Since they did not know the strength of the 5-star army, all the generals had a relaxed look on their faces, especially the ferocious Muhammad, who had a look of disdain as he said, "These Hans are really looking for death. We did not go look for them, but they came to seek their own deaths. Great Khan, I will ask 50,000 elite cavalry to hunt outside Samara and capture these 2-footed sheep as slaves." Chapter 1436. Hearing Muhammad's words, all the generals present burst into laughter. To them, the Han people were still as weak as they had been in the past. They only knew how to open their mouths and act like scholars. 4 such people, not to mention 120,000, even if it was 2 million, what was there to be afraid of? All right, this Khan approves. Mahama also had a smile on his face. He believed that as long as Muhammad made a move, he would teach the Han people how to behave. In this world, he would always be the boss, and could only be him. Originally, he was still thinking about how to deal with these Han people. If the other party only hid in the city and did not come out, it would be a headache. The 130,000 people that Gray led suddenly disappeared last year was proof of this. Now that the other party had come out of the city, it was equivalent to a tortoise crawling out of its shell. What was there to be afraid of? The cavalry on the grasslands would hunt, and this was what the Mongolian cavalry was best at. Mahama, who had originally treated the 5-star army as his greatest enemy, suddenly realized that he had overestimated the other party. At this moment, his number 1 enemy was the blind Duke of Ross. He even thought that after defeating the Han people, he should let them be the vanguard to counterattack the White Russians. Perhaps it would be time for him to reunite this place. The generals of the Golden Horde all looked down on the Han army, but to Yu Shan, who was guarding Samara, he did not have the slightest intention of looking down on them, especially when he saw the 120,000 Han soldiers coming from outside the city. There was only caution on his face. It was said that one could see the whole leopard from a single spot and see the overall situation from a corner. As someone who had led troops for many years, Yushan could feel that the Han army was not to be trifled with from the other party's formation. From afar, the Han army 5 miles away was dressed in uniform, and their soldiers' faces were filled with fighting spirit and killing intent. Yushan was not a famous general of the Golden Horde, but he had been in the army for many years, and he believed that his eyesight was not bad. After seeing the neat formation of the Han army, he knew that this was not an easy army to deal with. Since last year, he had been appointed as the general of Samara City by the Great Khan in order to prevent the Han people from suddenly crossing this place and appearing at the foot of Sarai City. In other words, his mission did not require him to take the initiative to attack whenever he saw the Han people. He only needed to defend Samara and not lose it. Orders: close the city gates. Everyone is to stand guard on the city walls. Without orders, no one is to attack. After giving up on the idea of clashing with the Han people outside the city, Yushan gave the order to guard the city. Relying on the sturdiness of the city walls, the 20,000 Mongol soldiers and 30,000 slave soldiers looked at the Han Chinese troops with mocking gazes, as if saying, "Come and attack if you have the ability." Truly shameless. The face of the Mongolian warriors has been thrown away by these people. The sergeant put down the binoculars in his hand as he rode on his horse. His face was a little red, but no one knew whether it was because of his anger or because of the wind. Once upon a time, the Mongol cavalry ruled the world and were invincible. They had always been the ones attacking. When had they ever seen them defending the city? But now, the tables had turned. It was their turn to guard the city like cowards and not come out, and they still had the face to laugh at others. No matter what, Yushan was half Mongol. More importantly, he had lived on the grasslands since he was a child. Relatively speaking, he was more like a Mongol than a Han. It was because of this that he had such a strong sense of immersion and looked down on the performance of these Mongol people. Beta Persei, who was also riding a horse, saw Yushan's angry snort. He chuckled. It was rare to see Yushan, who was wise and did not show his emotions, so angry. He felt that it was a little funny, but he was more excited about the upcoming siege. He thought that it was time for the field artillery to show its power. He heard that in this winter, a lot of artillery shells have been shipped. If they could fire enough, he would not be able to resist. After laughing, he looked at Yang Qindong with a pleading gaze. Young master, the artillery go. Yang Qindong seemed to have known that Beta Persei would make a request. Unlike the other generals, this man had always been busy following him around. Sometimes it was inevitable that he would lose some freedom. This time, he would give the command of the artillery to him. It could be considered a form of compensation. Understood. Beta Persei responded loudly as if he had become a different person. Then, he turned his horse and left. The last time he asked Yang Qindong, he had a chance to fight Gray one-on-one. Now, he asked him again, and he got the chance to command the artillery. He felt that the young master was really good to him. Of course, he would not go overboard. He still had a sense of propriety. He knew when to speak, what kind of things he could participate in, and what kind of things he could not touch. Speaking of Gray, he was riding a horse not far behind Yang Qindong. After he was defeated by Beta Persei fair and square, he joined the 5-star army as a captive. Because they were going to deal with the Golden Horde this time, they needed someone who understood the other party very well. Therefore, Yang Qindong ordered him to follow the main army. Now that he saw that the city gates of Samara were tightly shut, as if they were facing a great enemy, he waved his hand behind him and said to Gray, "You must have seen the power of our cannons. What do you think will happen if the cannons hit the city walls? The city gate will definitely be broken. The Mongolian soldiers are no match for them." Gray, who had seen the power of the field artillery, said without hesitation. He wasn't trying to flatter anyone, but he had seen the field artillery test firing and had seen the terrifying destructive power. Thinking about that scene now made his legs go weak. In the past, when they fought with the Russians, they had suffered losses from the enemy's artillery. Now, the field artillery of the 5-star army was many times more powerful than that of the Russian army. It would be strange if the Mongolian soldiers could win. Yang Qindong nodded. "Since you know what will happen, are you willing to persuade them to surrender so that your brothers will suffer less and die less?" "I am willing." Gray nodded heavily. To him, persuading them to surrender was not something shameful. On the contrary, he was living for them. It could be imagined that when 200 cannons fired at the same time, it would not take long for the city walls of Samara to collapse. At that time, everyone would probably die. This kind of death was different from cavalry warriors dying on a battlefield. They would lose their lives in vain. Gray wanted to save as many people as possible, so he was willing to persuade them to surrender. After receiving the order, Gray held a scepter in his right hand, which was the token of an emissary. He rode his horse and rushed toward Samara. Only when he was 80 meters away did he stop. In the next moment, a loud shout rang out, "I am Gray, the ambassador of the 5-star army. May I know which general is in charge of defending the city?" "It's Gray. He's not dead." There were many of Gray's former colleagues on the city wall. They quickly recognized the person below the city wall. At that moment, the general guarding the city, Yushan, was standing on the city wall. When he saw Gray's arrival, he was surprised at first. Then, he said angrily, He has indeed surrendered to the Han army. He is a disgrace to us Mongolian warriors. Which general is in charge of guarding the city? Please step forward and speak. Gray could not hear what the people on the city wall were talking about, but he still shouted loudly. It's me, the cowardly Gray. Do you still recognize me? Yu Shan, who was dressed in armor, stepped forward. Then he looked at Gray below the city wall and shouted loudly. Gray's eyesight wasn't bad. Despite being 80 meters away, he was still able to recognize the identity of this person. Upon seeing that it was Yu Shan who was guarding this place, a few traces of excitement appeared in his voice as he shouted out, "So it's Brother Yu Shan. Coward Gray. Even after suffering such a loss, I still treated you as a brave warrior and even burned incense for you every day. Who would have thought that you would actually surrender to the Han people? Do you know what the word shame means?" Just as he was about to explode with anger, Yu Shan shouted out loudly, or rather, questioned Gray. Brother Yu Shan, you are wrong. It's not that I want to surrender to the Han army. It's just that their firepower is too strong. We're no match for them. Brother Yu Shan, I advise you to open the city gate and surrender to the 5-star army. You're no match for them. Furthermore, the Great Khan has arranged for you to be here. It's obvious that he wants you to be a shield. We can't be rash and lose the lives of our brothers. Gray's relationship with Yu Shan was very good. Otherwise, Yu Shan would not have burned incense for him every day. Because of this, he felt that it was even more important to persuade Yu Shan to open the city gate and surrender. Only then would he be able to survive. He had not seen the power of the 5-star army and still treated Yang Qindong's army as the cowardly 2-legged sheep army of the Han army. How could Yu Shan surrender without a fight? He knew that the Great Khan had arranged for him to be in Samara City and that he was being used. However, as a Mongolian warrior, he should not be afraid of sacrifice or death. Furthermore, wasn't this using him to prove that he was still useful? This was a good job that some warriors were envious of but could not obtain. Yu Shan, who had made up his mind to defend Samara City to the death and give the Han army a taste of their own medicine, would not give up on defending the city just because of a few words from Gray. Yu Shan gave a cold snort as he received a powerful crossbow from one of his bodyguards. Pulling the bowstring, he released an arrow, sending an arrow flying 10 steps in front of Gray. Gray! Gray's eyes widened as he looked at Yu Shan. Gray's eyes widened in shock. Gray, you coward. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. If you continue to stir up the morale of the troops here, the next arrow will be shot into your chest. Scram! Yu Shan was furious as he shouted out emotionlessly. It was impossible for the furious Yu Shan to listen to any words or advice. Therefore, Gray knew that he wouldn't be able to complete his mission. He was also clear about Yu Shan's temper. If he didn't leave, the other party would really do as he said, and could really kill him with a single arrow. After shaking his head and sighing helplessly, Gray turned his horse back. However, even so, he did not forget to turn around and shout at the city wall, "Brothers, remember my words. If you can't hold on, come out with a white flag. At that time, I will be able to save your lives." Chapter 1437. After saying those words, Gray did not hesitate any longer. He turned around and walked toward the 5-star army camp behind him. He had said what he needed to say. Now it was time to show his true strength. Gray returned without achieving anything. Yang Qindong saw this scene. He also knew that some enemies were stubborn. If he did not show them some power, they would not listen to him. Pass down the order. Aim the cannons and fire with all your might. Ba Daojiang took Beta Persei's place and shouted loudly, "The king has given the order. Prepare the cannons and fire." After the military order was given, Beta Persei, who was already standing with the artillery battalion, laughed heartily when he heard it. Just now, he was really worried that Gray would succeed in persuading them to surrender. If that was the case, wouldn't he be useless? Now, it was finally time to show off. He immediately said to Lin Lin, the commander of the artillery battalion of the 2nd Cold Front Division, "Battalion Commander Lin, the next step will depend on our performance. In a while, you and I will each take a cannon. Let's see who can shoot more accurately, okay? Okay, but I've won. Second brother, please don't give me a hard time. Lin Lun also laughed happily. In terms of other things, he might not be a match for Beta Persei, the favorite of the sixth young master, but in terms of accuracy, he was not afraid of anyone. It's all true. Second brother, I am not a person who can afford to lose. It's just that we haven't started yet. Who knows who will win or lose? Ha ha. Beta Persei also laughed heroically. Then, he walked in front of the cannon and took the initiative to take on the role of the cannoneer. Everything was ready. Beta Persei put a burst shell into the field cannon. With a loud bang, the bombardment of Samara City officially began. The sound of the cannons rumbled like thunder from the heavens. The loud explosions shook one's soul. With each explosion, a cannonball would fly towards the walls of Samara with a deafening roar. Boom! At the same time, a huge hole was left on the city walls, and the cannonballs exploded. Countless metal shards and steel nails flew in all directions, landing on the Mongolian soldiers around them, and waves of anguished cries rang out. Blossom bullets were not comparable to solid bullets. The latter could only hit a path, while the former could deal secondary damage. Since they were not prepared and did not expect the five-star army's cannons to be able to hit so far away, their power was also so strong. With just the first round of cannon fire, thousands of Mongolian soldiers were hit and fell to the ground. With 200 cannons, even if each cannonball only injured 5 people, it would still be enough to wipe out 1,000 enemies. In fact, the power of one shot was not limited to this. If the shot was accurate and landed in the midst of the enemy soldiers, it could injure dozens or even hundreds of people. The cannons continued to fire. One of the benefits of the field artillery was that the cost of the artillery shells was reduced, so they could be used more often. The destructive power of the artillery shells would accumulate, and the damage would be greater. Under the continuous cannon fire, the city walls of Samara City looked like hell on earth. More and more Mongolian soldiers fell to the ground, and more injured soldiers appeared. The morale of the soldiers also became lower and lower under the continuous cannon fire. Under the protection of a group of personal guards, Yushan was pressed to the ground and could not move at all. In just a short quarter of an hour, he had witnessed with his own eyes the scene of many brave warriors being killed by the cannons. Those were all warriors who were skilled in archery and horse riding. If they were given a war horse and galloped on the grasslands, even 3 to 5 Han soldiers would not be their match. But now, they had died on the city walls in such a sullen manner. This made him feel very uncomfortable. He could not continue to wait like this. He had to take the initiative to attack. Even if he lost the city, it was better than dying in such a cowardly manner. There was a voice shouting in his heart. Yushan didn't know where he got the strength from, but he suddenly pushed off the bodyguards who were on top of him. He shouted loudly, "Warriors, follow this general downstairs. We will ride our war horses and charge out. Even if we die, we will die on the charge. That's right, we must let the Han know our strength." Some of the Mongolian soldiers who could not stand waiting passively to die also shouted out. After the news spread, more and more Mongolian warriors ran down the city walls and found their war horses. They were prepared to charge out and fight. Stop! In the 5-star Army's central tent, Yang Chendong put down the binoculars in his hands and raised his right hand. At that moment, the battlefield, which was still filled with the sound of cannons, quickly regained its calmness. The sudden silence made some people feel uncomfortable. Just when everyone did not know what had happened, the tightly shut gates of Samara City suddenly opened from the inside. Following that, a large number of Mongolian cavalry surged out. They did not even wait to get into formation and charged toward the 5-star Army's main camp. Yang Chendong had noticed that there were no longer any Mongolian soldiers on the city walls, which was why he had stopped the cannon fire. Now, it seemed like he had saved a lot of cannons. However, since the Mongolian soldiers wanted to use cavalry to charge at him, they would have to pay the price for underestimating him. Sixth Young Master, new Second Army request for battle. My king, White Russia request for battle. Shibi and Ahuli cupped their fists and walked out. After sweeping his gaze across the two of them, Yang Qindong's gaze landed on the former commander of Lung Feng's 2nd Division, Xiao Feng. I'll leave this battle to Lung Feng. Do not disappoint. Yes, 6th young master, don't worry. Xiao Feng chuckled and looked at Shi Bi and Ah Huli with a provocative gaze. He then rode his horse forward and arrived in front of Lung Feng's 2 divisions, who had already gotten into formation and were ready to attack. 6th young master has given the order. It's time for us to perform. Remember, hit hard. This is a live target practice. We have to record the results later. There were no words of encouragement. Just the words of recording the results made all the soldiers of Lung Feng's expression turn serious. Lung Feng's treatment was the best in the entire 5-star army, and they were respected. But at the same time, due to the limited number of spots, if he wanted to secure this position and not be coveted by others, he would need to perform better. The battlefield test was one of the most important criteria. If they performed well, it would not be hard for them to be promoted to officer. If they did not perform well, there were cases of officers being demoted to soldier. It was time to get serious. All the soldiers checked their equipment seriously. Once they did all that, the Mongolian cavaliers across them were only 1 mile away from them. At this moment, Yu Shan, who was leading the charge, had a smile on his face. Originally, he was already prepared to die. He was also prepared to be bombarded the moment he left the city. If that happened, the formation of his cavalry would be messed up. After all, war horses were extremely afraid of the sound of cannons. He thought that under the sound of the cannons, there would be less than 20% of the soldiers who could charge to the front. However, no one dared to stop them. Could it be that the Han army is afraid? If he knew that this would happen, he would not have needed to defend the city. He would have just led his troops to charge out. That way, the thousands of brothers who had died on the city walls would be a huge fighting force. He sighed and thought that he had overestimated the Han army. At this moment, he only wanted to charge into the Han camp and start a crazy massacre. For this, he continued to spur the war horse under him. Its speed became faster and faster, and they were getting closer and closer to the sandbag formation of the Lung Feng 2 division. 300 steps, fire. Standing beside the group of warriors, Xiao Feng held a Type 95 handgun and shouted loudly. He took the lead to aim the gun at the Mongolian cavalry general Yu Shan, who was charging over. As the saying goes, soldier against soldier, general against general. This time, Xiao Feng's target was Yu Shan. Following the sound of the gunshot, the bullet shot out rapidly, heading straight for Yu Shan, who was brandishing his saber. Completely unaware of the approaching danger, Yu Shan, who was still brandishing his large blade, felt his body sink. It was as if something had drilled into his body, following which all the strength in his body started to drain away. Relying on inertia, he continued to charge forward for another 10 meters. Finally, all the strength in his body was used up. His hands no longer had the strength to hold onto the reins of the horse. His body swayed and fell off the horse. A shot to the heart. Yu Shan's death could be considered a quick one. Just like how the Han people faced the invasion of other races, the Mongols had General Gray, who knew the situation and was afraid of death. There was also General Yu Shan, who would rather die than submit. This was human nature. It was because everyone's human nature was different that it created such a colorful society. Along with Yu Shan, there were also hundreds and thousands of Mongol cavalry soldiers. They were all hit by the high-speed bullets while they were moving, causing them to fall off their horses one by one. This scene was just the beginning. As more and more Mongol cavalry soldiers charged forward, more and more people died in the path of the charge. They became ghosts under the spears and went to meet the longevity god that they believed in. Gunshots continued to ring out. No one knew how many waves of bullets were fired. When the battlefield was filled with ownerless war horses, the Mongol cavalry finally felt fear. There was a limit to a person's courage. When the scene of death appeared in front of them, they might be able to hold on for a while. However, they definitely could not say that they were not afraid. When they saw countless of their comrades mysteriously dying on their horses and not a single one of them being able to charge within 50 meters of the Han army, a feeling of being unable to see any hope filled their entire bodies. At this moment, the fear that was forcefully suppressed continued to surge forth. In the end, it became a sign of collapse. The generals have all died in battle. We can't charge forward. Let's retreat. No one knew who was the first to shout out those words. Following which, the group of Mongol cavalry instinctively urged their horses to turn around. However, it was at this moment that the cannon fire that had stopped started once again. However, this time, the cannon fire was not aimed at the city walls. Instead, it was aimed at their escape route. Chapter 1438. Since they had already escaped, how could the five-star army allow them to escape back into the city? Cavalry charge. Yang Chundong rode the white dragon and looked at everything that was happening in front of him indifferently. Everything was going according to plan. Ahuli, the Mongolian cavalry division commander who had been waiting for orders, could not wait any longer. Then, he shouted, "All cavalry, listen to my order. Charge!" A total of 60,000 reorganized Mongolian soldiers charged out under the lead of Ahuli, giving off a shocking aura. 60,000 against less than 10,000 Golden Horde cavalry was a bit of a bully. However, there is no difference between strong and weak on the battlefield, only victory and defeat. No one would not beat you just because you were weak. On the contrary, the weaker you were, the more likely you were to be bullied. Sending out all the Mongolian cavalry at once was a way to train them. From Yang Shindong's point of view, when two armies fought, the first thing to do was to show their spirit. If they did not even have the courage to fight, then they would have already lost. And where did confidence come from? It came from the accumulation of victory after victory. What he was doing now was to accumulate the fighting spirit of the soldiers. This was also the path that new recruits had to take to become veterans. How could soldiers who had never been on the battlefield be called veterans? 60,000 against less than 10,000 people, and 10,000 people who were already scared out of their wits. The result was obvious. Many of the Mongolian cavalry did not even have the chance to attack before news of victory came from the front. The enemy either died or surrendered. Fortunately, there were still 30,000 slave soldiers in Samara. Although their fighting strength was average, wasn't it a good opportunity for the Mongolian cavalry to train? Advance into the city. Seeing that the situation was settled, Yang Chindong shouted and led the army toward Samara, which was 5 miles away. No one expected the city to be conquered so quickly. None of the items in the city were damaged, which made the takeover of the city much smoother. The 30,000 slave soldiers in the city and less than 50,000 common people, men and women, old and young, became a kind of property. They were all brought out of the city and towards Kazan City. Another 50,000 non-human civilians, most of whom were from the province, moved into Samara City. Every time they occupied a piece of land, they would move the people away and let other people occupy the land. This was the wondrous method under Yang Chindong's rule. It was also a path that was thought to be untrodden since ancient times. After all, no one was willing to leave their home unless they had nowhere else to go. In this regard, Yang Chindong had issued a strict order. In order to completely solve the rebellion of the non-ethnic people under his rule, and to prevent someone from causing trouble behind his back when he led the army out to battle, he implemented the method of migration of non-ethnic people whenever he arrived at a place. In this way, the initial investment was rather large, and it even required a lot of money, but the results were good. At least for more than 10 years, there had not been any major riots in any place. The people were not from the same place, so it was difficult to unify the people. Those who opposed would eventually be unable to realize their ideas because they did not have enough rallying power. They were destined to be cleansed by time and finally become true Han people. The migration and pacification of the people in the Golden Horde was handed over to Commander Shibi. After Yang Chindong's observation, he found that this person had the ability to govern a place. He was a man of many talents in both civil and military affairs. Yang Chindong wanted to cultivate his ability to govern and planned to hand over this territory to him when he left this place. Shibei was a talent that Yang Chindong had discovered early on. Although he had surrendered to Yang Chindong and had once pretended to surrender to Northern Ming in order to survive, he was still very loyal to Yang Chindong. After several investigations, Yang Shindong had already come to a conclusion. Since that was the case, it was only right that he be given space to develop. He did not pay attention to the affairs in the city. Naturally, there would be someone else to take care of it. What Yang Shindong needed to do now was to lead the army straight to Sarai, the capital of the Golden Horde. At this time, the news of Samara's capture had reached Sarai. When he heard the news, General Muhammad was still reorganizing his army and had not yet left the city. When the news came, he was shocked. He secretly cursed Yushan's stupidity. 20,000 cavalrymen and 30,000 slave soldiers. How could the city be captured in just one day? What a bunch of trash. Although he was puzzled, he had to speed up his army and prepare to meet the 5-star army at Sarai. Not only was Muhammad caught off guard, but Great Khan Muhammad also did not expect the city to be captured so quickly. When he learned that the Han army was only 200 miles away from Shengjing and could arrive in 3 days, he gave several orders to the surrounding Mongolian tribes to gather their troops outside the city. The sudden fall of Samara put the Golden Horde in a passive position. But even at this time, not many people thought highly of the 5-star army. In their eyes, sheep were sheep. Even if they were given sharp weapons to kill wolves, they would still be no match for a pack of wolves. Army, continue to speed up, put down the unimportant things first, and leave them for the transport team behind. Yang Shindong knew that speed was the most important thing in war. Using speed to defeat slowness was his forward strategy for this military operation. The Golden Horde had ruled here for more than 200 years. There were countless surrounding tribes that had submitted to them. If they were all gathered together, their military strength could reach a terrifying 1 million. At that time, even if Yang Shindong had the field artillery, it would take a long time to conquer these people. The price he would have to pay would be unknown. The best way to solve this problem was to suddenly appear in front of the enemy before they fully recovered and take down Sarai. They would occupy the Holy Land in the eyes of the Mongolians and destroy their fighting spirit. Most importantly, only by catching the enemy off guard could they not give them the chance and time to move their belongings. The cost of this operation was not small. He was counting on the wealth that the Golden Horde had accumulated over the past 200 years to subsidize the military supplies. They left behind all the equipment that they did not need for the time being. 20,000 of the 120,000 soldiers were left behind to cover the retreat, while the other 100,000 rushed toward Sarai. They had originally planned to arrive in 3 days, but they only used 1.5 days to arrive. When noon arrived, the 5-star Legion Corps appeared outside the city, causing the Mongol soldiers on the city walls to scream out loud. No one had expected the Han army to appear in front of them so quickly. Luckily, the Mongolian soldiers were standing on the city walls, which gave them a sense of security. Like the Han people, the Golden Horde had holed themselves up in the city. They would only go out during the grazing season. This way, they were much safer. However, they did not know that this was equivalent to killing their fighting spirit. The news of the Han army's appearance quickly spread into the city. When the city gates were closed, all the Mongol nobles in the city knew about this matter. Some of their faces became flustered, and the city became noisy because of this. The fact that Samara was taken so quickly proved that the Han army was strong and terrifying. It seemed like there was going to be a bloody battle. Even so, no one thought that the Han army would be able to take down Sarai. After all, this was the capital of the Golden Horde. Just the elite cavalry alone numbered more than 300,000. This did not include the troops from the other tribes that could come in a short period of time. It was said that the Han army only had around 100,000 men. Did they really think that they could swallow an elephant? Outside the city, the 5-star army was following the plan. The 2nd Division of the Coal Vanguard was at the front. 200 cannons were pushed to the front lines, and 3 regiments of infantry were also at the front lines. They took out their sandbags and prepared to fight at any time. The cavalry of a new 2nd Army stood on both sides of the 2nd Division of the Coal Vanguard. While protecting their flanks, they were also prepared to charge into the city at any time. The 60,000 Mongolian soldiers were made up of civilians and captives. Under the leadership of Ahuli, they were also sharpening their swords. They already knew that when the time was right, They would be the first to charge into Sarai. They would be the first to charge into the city of Sarai. This was both an honor and a test. As the first to charge, it was always the most dangerous. However, no one cared anymore. Thinking of the benefits and good things that could be obtained by making military contributions, these poor men were willing to take the risk. Wasn't it true that wealth came from danger? Furthermore, many of them were made up of surrendered soldiers. Wasn't this the best chance for them to show their loyalty to the five-star army? Many people were eager to give it a try. If they were not facing Salai City, which was once a holy land in their eyes, and still had a trace of respect, many soldiers would have laughed out loud and pointed at the city to make a joke of it. Reporting to the 6th Young Master, the 2nd Division of the Cold Vanguard is ready. The commander of the 2nd Division, Xiao Feng, stood in front of Yang Chundong and saluted. His voice was full of excitement. They were going to attack the Golden Horde that had lasted for more than 200 years. This was the home of the invincible Mongolian elites. It was said that the great Khan of the Golden Horde still had the pure blood of the Golden Horde flowing in his body. How could they not be excited when such a powerful force was about to be rubbed against by their own hands? This was a great achievement. Yang Shindong looked at the excited Xiao Feng and was very satisfied. From the time they entered the camp to the time everything was set up, it only took them 20 minutes. This was enough to prove how hard they trained. It was said that 3 minutes on stage was equivalent to 10 years of hard work. How could it not be the same in the army? A good army not only had to have a good style and be able to win battles, but also had to have strict discipline. They had to be able to remain calm in the face of danger and strike the enemy with lightning speed. Chapter 1439. Good. Let's carry out the plan. Yang Qindong nodded in satisfaction. Then, his gaze shifted from Xiao Feng to the city tower of Salai, which was 5 miles away. This time, he wanted to use speed to defeat the slow. While catching the other party off guard, he also wanted to destroy the other party's arrogance and not give them any time to prepare or transfer their assets. For this reason, not only were 200 field cannons pushed to the front line, he also had Beta Persei rush to the front with 8 100mm mortars. When the time was right, he would turn Salai into a fire city and destroy their confidence in resisting. After receiving the order to attack, Xiao Feng gave a standard military salute and led his troops straight to the front of the battlefield. About 3 minutes later, the roaring of the cannons began. Exploding shells shot out from the barrels of the field cannons, heading straight for the city walls 5 miles away. They did not give the other party a chance to face off, nor did they have any intention of talking to the other party. They just fired wildly. This kind of fighting style caused the Mongolian soldiers on the city walls to be stunned. Countless cannonballs landed on the city walls and exploded, forming a rain of bullets. Many Mongolian soldiers who were not ready for battle were hit. The cries of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard incessantly, and it was getting more and more intense. As the capital of the Golden Horde, there were dozens of cannons on the city tower of Salai. But whether it was the attack range or power, they could not be compared to the field cannons. With the accurate information provided by Gray, the 2nd Division of the Cold Front destroyed all the cannons in the first wave, not giving the other party any chance to fire back. The sound of cannons continued. In a short while, thousands of Mongolian soldiers on the city tower were either dead or injured, turning this place into a hell on earth. Go up the city tower and fire back with arrows. General Amba, who was in charge of the security of the city gate, shouted loudly. He led a group of soldiers to personally supervise the battlefield and chase the Mongolian soldiers who had come down from the tower out of fear back into the city. Although at such a distance, the so-called bow and arrow attack was useless, but there had to be someone guarding the gate tower. Otherwise, if they gave the Han people an opportunity, who knew if they would rush up the gate tower? If that happened, they would have the higher ground, and there would be no way to continue fighting. As the general guarding the gate, he would also be punished by the Great Khan. After a round of slaughter, they finally managed to stop the soldiers from escaping. Due to the sharpness of the blades, the Mongolian soldiers had no choice but to run back up with bitter expressions. General Amba breathed a sigh of relief as he finally managed to control the tide of defeat. At this moment, he heard the sound of horse hooves stomping on the ground. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw Muhammad, who looked majestic in his armor, rushing over with his cavalry. It was quite a coincidence. He was in the barracks preparing to bring 50,000 cavalry over to Samara. Who would have thought that the 5-star army would arrive? He was overjoyed, thinking that he could not help but go on a long journey. He could have a good battle with the Han army right at his doorstep. Be it in terms of supplies or soldiers, he would be able to enjoy the benefits of being close to the water. Just as Muhammad was thinking that this was a good thing and was preparing to perform well, the sound of cannons had already sounded out. The siege had actually begun. He was shocked at the speed of the Han army's attack. They had just arrived at the city walls and had already started attacking. If it was the Mongolian cavalry, they probably would not even have time to get into formation. It was because of this that Muhammad judged, based on his experience, that the other party must have attacked in a hurry. This was also a good chance for him to counterattack. Taking advantage of the time when the other party had not stabilized, a counterattack would definitely result in twice the result with half the effort and increase their chances of victory. The opportunity was fleeting. Without waiting for the 50,000 cavalrymen to gather, Muhammad led the 30,000 cavalrymen straight to the north gate. In truth, the 5-star army had not fully spread out. Only the well-trained Cole vanguard soldiers were prepared. Even a new second army was still preparing for battle. As for the 60,000 Mongolian troops, they were in a mess. It would take at least an hour for them to fully organize their troops. Muhammad sent out a few of his personal guards to ascend the city gate tower. They saw the performance of the 5-star army outside the city and reported back. Ha ha! As expected, they have come from afar and are not ready. The cavalry has not fully spread out, and this is the best chance for us to attack. Come, open the city gates. The army will march out from the 4 city gates and charge out. Muhammad laughed loudly. He already had the look of a victorious general. The 30,000 cavalry behind him were all filled with excitement, thinking about how the chance to gain merit was right in front of them. All of them wanted to charge out of the city to show the Han army what they were made of. They wanted to let these arrogant Han know that in terms of horse strength, the Mongols were the best in the world. Once Muhammad gave the order, the 4 city gates were opened. The 30,000 cavalry split into 4 groups and charged out of the city. It looked like they could not wait any longer. As soon as the city gates opened, they galloped out on their horses, shouting and screaming. They looked like they were here and the Han army was ready to die. They're finally out. Behind a bunch of sandbags, 2nd Division Commander Xiao Feng's brows furrowed as he said excitedly. The speed of the Mongol cavalry's reaction exceeded his expectations. He did not expect the enemy to have such a swift reaction. They were definitely elites. Since that was the case, they had to eat them up. Orders: fire when they are 200 steps away. The commander's order was passed down through the soldiers. Very soon, the 3 regiments of cold front soldiers in the circular formation received the order. They took the opportunity to check their guns and ammunition one last time. After making sure that there were no problems, they placed their gun barrels on the sandbags, closed their left eye and opened their right eye, and got ready to shoot. Cannon fire at a 30-degree angle. Fire. Lin Lin, who had just been promoted from an artillery battalion commander to a regiment commander, noticed that there were quite a number of Mongolian cavaliers charging out of the city. He wanted to reduce the pressure on the warriors, so he spoke to a group of 20 cannoneers beside him. Once the commander gave the order, the 20 cannons immediately changed directions and shrunk their attack range. They fired fiercely at the city gates, giving the Mongolian cavalry who had just exited the city and had yet to get into formation a direct blow. Under the sound of the cannons, the war horses neighed, and the formation became even more chaotic. After all, humans could counter the might of the cannons, but war horses could not. Seeing that the army was unable to gather up due to the cannons, Muhammad gave up on the idea of a large-scale charge. Instead, he waved his hand and said, "There is no need to gather up. Split up and charge forward. We need to grab the chance." Inside the ring-shaped sandbags, Commander Xiao Feng watched as the cannons fired and landed among the Mongolian cavaliers who came out of the city, causing a certain number of casualties. His expression turned dark, and the other commanders under him also had displeasure on their faces. What is this Lin doing? Does he think that the cannon regiment is not in the limelight enough? He wants to snatch this bit of credit from us? The first to voice out was the 1st Regiment commander, Chai Ji. He could be considered an experienced person, and many times he dared to express his views and attitude. The 1st Regiment commander was beside Xiao Feng. Usually, when there was a military operation, the 1st Regiment would be with the division headquarters. Such dissatisfaction naturally fell into Xiao Feng's ears. He also felt that it was not good to snatch credit like this. Of course, he also knew that Lin Luan was trying to reduce the pressure on them. However, the 2nd Regiment was already prepared. Just the light and heavy machine guns alone had 100. So how could they be afraid of the Mongol cavalry who were already trapped? Go, inform Colonel Lin that without my orders, there is no need for cannon support. Tell him to do his job properly and be ready to advance at any time. Xiao Feng said to the messenger beside him. These words immediately received the agreement of the surrounding soldiers. It was obvious that this was what they were thinking. The moment the Mongol cavalry left the city, they were hit by a wave of cannon fire. Under the spray of bullets, iron shrapnel and nails flew in all directions. Before the Mongol cavalry could even shout the word charge, they were already turned into corpses. Under the rumbling of the cannons, the war horses were also affected. They shook their heads and did not listen to orders. In just a single round, they had lost over 1,000 riders. Cold sweat dripped down Muhammad's neck uncontrollably. The cavalry he brought were all elite soldiers. Normally, when they encountered enemies, it was normal for them to fight 1 against 3 or even 4 against 1. However, in just one round of cannon fire, they had lost so many men. If this continued, he did not dare to guarantee that they would win this battle. Fortunately, after 2 rounds of cannon fire, the cannons stopped. The cannons once again smashed towards the city walls. This caused Muhammad to heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, he scolded the stupidity of the Han people. Did they not know that compared to the thick city walls, his cavalry was easier to deal with and was more dangerous? However, Muhammad would not be so kind as to remind the Han army. Since there was no longer the threat of the cannons, he should make use of this time to charge forward. Once they were entangled with the Han cavalry, the cannons would not be able to pose any threat. Everyone, charge, charge! There was no need for Muhammad to say anything. The Mongolian riders who had survived the barrage of cannon fire had already charged forward. They were all veterans, so they naturally knew what to do on the battlefield. Thanks to the previous battles with the White Russians, they had a certain level of understanding towards cannons. At the very least, they would not be afraid to charge forward. More and more Mongol cavalry charged out of the city gates, charging towards the Han army camp. In front of them, there's a Han army camp that was about a li away, and they saw that there was a large circle of soldiers surrounding the area with bags of food. Although they did not know what these people were doing, the Mongol cavalry knew that if they wanted to charge into the camp, they had to deal with these Han people. Chapter 1440. Charge. Surround them and kill them with arrows. Don't waste time. Muhammad shouted loudly. He did not care about these Han soldiers at all. To him, as long as his cavalry charged forward, he would be able to chop off their heads to show the might of the Mongol army. They're here. They're here. 500 steps, 400 steps, 300 steps, attack. Xiao Feng stared ahead. When he saw that the vanguard of the Mongol cavalry had already charged into the attack zone, he did not hold back anymore. With a shout, the light machine gun in his hands spat out flames. Along with the sound, a division of machine guns beside him also spat out flames. A total of 30 machine guns also spat out flames at this moment. On the battlefield, 30 machine guns opened fire at this moment, and the continuous tongues of fire shot towards the charging Mongol cavalry. Row after row of Mongolian cavaliers who charged forward were covered in blood, and they fell off their horses one after another. It was as if the charging group was blocked by a flood of bullets, and the corpses piled up higher and higher beyond the limit of 300 paces. More and more Mongol cavalry died under the guns. In the face of such an area of effect attack, they did not have much time to think. With the inertia of the war horses, they could not stop even if they wanted to. Under such fierce firepower, the number of charging Mongol cavalry decreased rapidly, and their hearts were slowly taken over by fear. They had never seen weapons that could kill so cleanly, and at this moment they were panicking. Even though they charged forward with all their might under the orders of their generals, they were just cold corpses under these weapons. As the small mountain of corpses piled up higher and higher, the despair in the hearts of the Mongol cavalry finally exploded. "Run!" No one knew who shouted this in the crowd, but the Mongolian cavaliers who were originally charging forward started to scatter, just as they expected. These cavalrymen would rather die under military law than die under the bombardment of cannons and bullets. At least the former would leave behind a corpse, while the latter would be smashed into pieces. The 30,000 elite Mongolian cavaliers charged forward like chives, and they fell one by one. Under such an attack from all sides, be it generals or soldiers, they were all treated the same. Bullets did not have eyes, and no matter who it was, they were all killed. Muhammad, who was charging at the front, did not escape death because of his identity as a general. When several bullets penetrated his body, he struggled to raise his arm before falling off the horse with a plop. Muhammad was a great general of the Golden Horde. Even 8 to 10 people would not be able to get close to him on the battlefield. But now he was killed by a flintlock. It was also proven that his body was also made of flesh. When faced with a fatal bullet, he was no different from the others. Even Muhammad had died in battle, and the Mongolian cavalry who charged out could not see any hope of victory. At this moment, the sound of gunfire had yet to stop. Not only that, the walls of Salai City, under the continuous attack of the field artillery, finally cracked open a huge hole that was more than 30 meters long. As the walls collapsed, it created enough conditions for the cavalry to charge. Yang Shindong put down the binoculars in his hand and said in a firm voice, "Expand the results of the battle." Cavalry charge. The cannon fire was still going on, and the gap on the city wall was getting bigger and bigger. The 5-star Army cavalry saw an opportunity and received orders to attack. According to the plan, the 60,000 Mongolian soldiers would charge at the front. After all, the city wall had just been broken, and there would still be resistance within the city. It would be very dangerous. If the conditions were right, they would not let the new Second Army attack. Yang Shindong had his own thoughts, and he did not intend to hide them from the others. Ahuli was well aware of this, but he didn't blame anyone. On the contrary, he acquiesced to this practice. After all, he had once been the Great Khan and had once commanded an army of 30,000. Although they were all his own army, they would still be divided. This time, letting the 60,000 Mongolian soldiers attack first was dangerous, but it was also a great opportunity. If they wanted to make a contribution, they could not be afraid of death. Moreover, the most worthless thing in this chaotic world was human life. Not to mention, the King Wunan of Daemyong had already promised them that as long as the soldiers were registered, even if they died in battle, their families would be compensated. This was something that had never happened before. While Ahuli was open-minded, the Mongolian soldiers were open-minded as well. The moment they received the order to charge, they threw aside the fear in their hearts. Right now, they only cared about killing the enemy and gaining merit. Not to mention, many of them had been bullied by the Golden Horde. Some of their parents had even died at the hands of the Mongolian cavalry. Now was the time to take revenge. Once the 60,000 Mongolian cavalry charged, just the momentum alone could not be described with words. When the Mongolian cavalry on the city wall saw the black mass of soldiers approaching, they were scared out of their wits. They screamed and yelled in panic. They no longer had the courage to defend the city, so they turned around and ran back into the city. It was still the same saying, no one would choose to die if they could live. Although they were soldiers of the Golden Horde, they had not sold their lives to anyone. Knowing that they could not stop the enemy, only idiots would charge out and fight. The soldiers on the city wall quickly retreated. They ran faster than when they were facing the threat of the cannons. As a result, General Amba and his soldiers could no longer hold their ground. After killing dozens of people, they still could not stop the army from collapsing. In desperation, Amba had to take his soldiers to the Golden Tent in the city. The cannons rumbled, and Mahama and the Golden Horde had already heard it. Although the distance was rather far, and the cannons could not reach him, just the sound alone was enough to tell that the power of the cannons was not small. Unknowingly, Mahama had a bad feeling. This Han army seemed to be different from the Han army in the past. This was the first time he had doubts about whether he could defeat such an opponent. At this time, a group of officials and generals had already gathered in the Golden Horde. They had all come to ask the Great Khan for advice. Although the Great Khan did not know more than them, they did not have any better ideas. Mahama sat high up and looked at the panicked crowd. He said with a faint smile, "Everyone, do not worry. Muhammad has already brought 30,000 elite cavalry out of the city. I believe that good news will come soon." "Oh, then it's fine." Hearing that the number one general, Muhammad, had already led out an army of 30,000 elite steel cavalrymen, everyone revealed a relieved expression. After temporarily stabilizing everyone's mind, Muhammad said again, "After all, the Han army has more than 100,000 soldiers. We cannot lower our guard. We need to continue to send out troops. This time, since the Han army has come, don't think about going back. Everyone who will go out to fight." Mahama was not confident that he could destroy the Han army with just 30,000 fine iron. Therefore, he needed to send more troops to the battlefield. He needed to have enough advantage in numbers. Only in this way can he completely win this war. Especially when they were discussing, the sound of cannons did not stop. Mahama was even more certain of the idea of sending reinforcements. Hearing that they still needed to send people out, everyone deeply agreed. The Han army was an army with cannons. Just 30,000 cavalry was not enough. But after all, they were facing cannons that killed without blinking. Once they entered the battlefield, there was a possibility of losing their lives. For a moment, everyone looked at each other. No one rashly took the initiative to stand out. "What? Could it be that you want this Khan to call your names?" Seeing that no one responded, Mahama's face showed a trace of anger. His son, Bora, was also watching coldly from the side. He saw the corners of everyone's mouth. If there was a chance in the future, he would not spare these people. Thinking back to their ancestors, what kind of glory did they have? Wherever they went, no one could stop them, no one could match them. At that time, there was no lack of fierce generals. But only a few years had passed. Everyone was used to living a good life and began to fear death. The Han army had already arrived at their doorstep. No one dared to take the initiative to stand out. No wonder in these years, when they fought with the White Russians, their advantage was getting smaller and smaller. With such generals, it was only a matter of time before the country was destroyed. Mahama's eyes were still coldly staring at everyone. If no one stood out, he would call their names. But at this time, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps. Then, a guard from the Golden Tent entered the hall and said anxiously, "Great Khan, General Amba requests an audience." "Amba?" Mahama instinctively frowned. "Isn't he guarding the city wall? Why did he come down without orders?" "Father, there must be something important to report. Why don't we call him in first?" Bora also felt that the situation was not good. But if he wanted to know what happened, he still needed to see Amba. "Call him in." Mahama nodded and ordered the guard, then straightened his body. Soon, Amba entered the hall with a tired face. When he saw Mahama sitting high above, he immediately saluted, put his right hand on his chest, lowered his head, and said respectfully, "This General Amba greets the Great Khan." Amba, why didn't you guard the city well? Why did you come here?" Mahama was already very anxious in his heart, but in front of everyone, he suppressed his anxiety and asked, "Great Khan, this general is guilty." With a plop, Amba suddenly knelt on the ground. Then, with snot and tears, he told the story of how Muhammad's 30,000 elite cavalry was almost wiped out. Amba finally finished, then lowered his head, not daring to raise it again. At this moment, the hall was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was shocked by these words and stood there without saying a word. Chapter 1441. No one had expected that the battle would end up like this. How long had it been? Not only had they lost the city gate, even the 30,000 elite cavalry that Muhammad had brought with him were gone. That was 30,000 elite cavalry. If it was a clash of swords and spears on the battlefield, even 100,000 ordinary Mongolian cavalry would not dare to claim victory. But now they were all gone. What was going on? Could it be that the strength of the Han army is stronger than their elite cavalry? Everyone turned pale with fright. In the end, they all looked at Khan Muhammad. At this time, they had no idea what to do and could only listen to the Khan's orders. How could Muhammad not be startled? He had thought that this battle would be very difficult, and he had even prepared to pay a certain price. But he had never expected that they would lose so quickly. From the time they learned of the 5-star army's appearance to the loss of the city gate, it had only been a little more than 2 hours. What were they doing this time? If it was an ordinary army, they would not have finished gathering. But the Han army had already attacked. What was going on with this world? When did the Han army become so strong? There were 100,000 questions in his heart. Muhammad had many questions that he wanted to understand. But now he did not have the time. Since the city gate had been lost and the cavalry had been defeated, he was afraid that the 5-star army would enter the city soon. After losing the protection of the city wall, he had not expected such a thing to happen. Without sufficient preparation, Muhammad knew that the situation would only become more cruel and not optimistic. Men, drag Amba away and behead him. Muhammad was worthy of being a Khan for many years. His reaction was very fast. He first glanced at Amba, who was kneeling on the ground, with a fierce look on his face. The more chaotic the situation was, the more stable the people's hearts were. This Amba could be used for this. After receiving the order, the guards outside the hall rushed into the hall, picked up the kneeling Amba, and walked out of the hall. Amba did not expect that the Khan would actually kill him. Did he think that this was a time when people were needed and he could take the blame? Also, why didn't any of the ministers and generals who were usually on good terms with him speak up for him? Could it be that the friendship between people wasn't worth a try? If he had known this would happen, he would have just run away. Who would have come back to report this? Since he was going to die sooner or later, he might as well take a gamble. In fact, Amba had wrongly blamed his friends. Everyone was just shocked by the news he brought, and for a while, they had not recovered from their shock. In addition, Muhammad's decision was too sudden. By the time they reacted and wanted to plead for their old friend, Amba had already been dragged away and beheaded. Amba died just like that. This greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Some people even seemed to think of themselves in the future because of this, and couldn't help but have ugly expressions. It was at this moment that Muhammad took the opportunity to speak while everyone was still unsettled. The Han people only used their cannons to break through the walls. In terms of horse riding, who could be a match for us Mongols? As long as we can hold them off for a while, with our advantage in numbers and the support from the surrounding tribes, destroying the Han army is just a matter of raising our hands. In this way, where are Barry and you two? I order the two of you to lead your cavalry to meet the Han army. Even if you can't drive them out of the city, you must stop them from entering the city. We will have other reinforcements coming later. Accept the order. First, he encouraged everyone and strengthened their confidence in winning. Then, Muhammad called out 2 names and ordered them to lead the troops. Barry and Yutu, who were called out, paled and looked very ugly. How was this asking them to go to war? It was clearly asking them to die. Even the 30,000 elite cavalry led by General Muhammad was not a match for the Han army. They only had 10,000 cavalry. How could they fight against the Han army? The two wanted to refuse, but when they thought of Amba's fate and looked at Muhammad, who was sitting at the head of the table with a murderous look on his face, they finally did not say anything. They could only stand up and say reluctantly, "Great Khan, we are willing to go, but we hope that the reinforcements will arrive in time. Generals, don't worry. Salai City is the capital of the Golden Horde. No one wants to defend this place more than me. Rest assured, Prince Bora will lead reinforcements to assist you in a short while, Muhammad said in a solemn manner with an expectant look on his face. Yes. Hearing the great Khan's promise and thinking of the importance of Salai City, the two generals nodded and left the hall to prepare the troops. Everyone quickly left. They also had to organize the troops in the city and prepare to fight against the Han army at any time. Prince Bola also received his father's orders and began to mobilize all the troops in the city. He also distributed food and was ready to enter the battlefield at any time. Everything was planned well. Mahama was also prepared to fight to the death with the Han army. Over the years, Salai City had been under his management, and the land it occupied was large enough to accommodate 1 million civilians and soldiers. With such a large city, with such a large population, it was enough to tire the 100,000-strong Han army out of breath. Once the time was right, it would be the time for them to counterattack. When it came to plans, there are always changes. The two of them seemed to always appear at the same time. Just as the Mongolian army in the city started to mobilize and prepare for battle, the sound of cannons exploding rang out from the sky, landing directly in the inner city. Many of the nobles and officials in the inner city were destroyed by the cannons, and many of them died. Beta Persei finally could not help but take action. He brought 8 100mm mortars that could fire up to 13 li and launched an attack. Yang Chendong was good at reading people's minds. He knew when and what to do to maximize the benefits. With 120,000 people, it was not easy to take down Salai City. Even with the powerful cannons in his hands, it was not easy. It must be known that in the Golden Horde, every citizen could be a soldier. From old people in their 50s to children in their 20s and 13-year-olds, they could all wield their swords and kill the enemy. One could only imagine how many of these millions of people were capable of fighting. If they only relied on pushing forward step by step, once the enemy reacted, even if they could defeat them, they would have to pay a heavy price. This was not what Yang Chendong wanted. He wanted to use a swift and decisive method to defeat the enemy and obtain the greatest benefits. As such, the firepower of the cannons had to be maximized. As such, Beta Persei took action. He brought 8 100mm mortars and quickly advanced after the city walls were broken. Following the map that Gray had provided, after finding a safe and powerful position, he began to fire in all directions. In order to give the enemy the feeling of a huge army and cannons everywhere. The 8 cannons fired in 8 different directions. When the cannons were fired, it gave people a feeling of explosions everywhere. This caused the Mongol army, who were originally fighting, to lose their morale and confidence. Fire. Fire with all your might. Don't be stingy with the cannons. Beta Persei led 500 black cavalry soldiers to a courtyard under the city walls. 200 black cavalry soldiers were in charge of security, while the other 300 black cavalry soldiers were busy moving the cannons and firing the cannons in an orderly manner. Before they came, Yang Chendong had said that as long as they could scare the Mongols away, it would be worth it no matter how many cannons they used. After receiving the order, Beta Persei unleashed all the cannons he could to achieve his goal. His face was filled with an excited expression. Explosions continued to ring out in the city. Who knew how many Mongols had died under the cannon fire? In the face of such long-range cannons, they did not even know where the enemy was or how many cannons they had. From this, one could see how difficult this battle was. Not knowing where the cannons would land, there was no place that was absolutely safe. After a few rounds of cannon fire, many unlucky Mongol nobles had already died under the cannon fire. When they saw their old friends die without any warning, those who were still alive had no choice but to escape. If they could not even see the enemy, how were they going to fight this battle? Since they could not fight, they could only escape, although doing so was not very loyal, and they might be punished by the Great Khan. However, it was just death. With the thought of living for as long as they could, more and more nobles, officials, generals, and even commoners made the decision to leave the city and abandon Salai City. As such, there was such a scene. The east gate of the city had unknowingly been opened, and more Mongols were escaping. In order to escape, Many people did not even have the time to tidy up their belongings. Instead, they only took some valuables and left the city. Great Khan Mahama, who was in charge of overseeing everything in the city, quickly received the news. In a fit of rage, he pushed the table in front of him to the ground and roared out, "What are they doing? Are they abandoning the legacy of their ancestors? Are they not afraid of this Khan punishing them?" The scout general was also trusted by Mahama. Bodo, who was in charge of overseeing the city, stood in the hall with an ugly expression, not daring to speak. "Wudwa, pass on this Khan's order. Kill all those who try to escape without orders as a warning to others." Mahama was so angry that he shouted in fear and issued the order. Bodo, who had always carried out Mahama's orders thoroughly, had a difficult expression on his face this time. He gritted his teeth and seemed to have made up his mind as he said, "Great Khan, there are too many people running away. We can't kill them all. If we really do that, I'm afraid it will cause a conflict, and that will only benefit the Han army." The Mongols were different from the Han. At that time, they were backward and did not know what virtue was, what filial piety was, and what it meant when the ruler ordered his subject to die. Chapter 1442. Their hearts were full of wildness. If someone wanted to harm them, even if that person was the Great Khan, they would still dare to fight back. It was precisely because of this consideration that Bodo came up with such a statement. Because if they really started a massacre at the East Gate, those nobles and generals who escaped would definitely kill them. In this way, the ones who would benefit from killing each other would be the Han army that entered the city. How could Mahama not know this? It's just that he was really angry. He was angry at the five-star army for not playing by the rules. He was angry at the cowardice of his subordinates, and he regretted that he was about to abandon Salai City. Yes, at this time, Mahama also made the same decision as everyone else, and that was to escape the city. Compared to others, Mahama cherished his life even more. He enjoyed the feeling of being above others. Clothes were stretched out for him, and food was served to him. This made him even more afraid of death. He was afraid that he would lose everything. After knowing that the city couldn't be defended, he could only choose to escape if he wanted to live. So I forget it. Since that's the case, how can this Khan do something that hurts his loved ones and pleases his enemies? Go call the prince over. Mahama said to Bodo with a compassionate look. He was obviously forced to, but he pretended to be considerate of everyone. Bodo couldn't see it, but for the sake of his own life, he still cooperated and said, "The Great Khan is wise. The officials will definitely thank the Great Khan for his painstaking efforts." "Okay, go call the prince over," Mahama said with a disheartened look. The Great Khan also escaped. The 20,000 iron armor army that Prince Bola had just gathered became a tool to open up a path for escape. In order to allow the Great Khan to escape from the city smoothly, these cavalrymen with golden armor slaughtered their way out of the East Gate. Countless courtiers died because they stood in the way. The spies that were arranged in the city immediately reported this news to the new Second Army's commander. At this time, Beta Persei also appeared with 500 black cavalry soldiers. Along the way, they had fired countless cannonballs and killed countless people. Finally, they had turned the city into a mess. She had already heard from a spy about Mahama. He heard that when she left the city, just the carriage that accompanied her stretched for 6 to 7 li. Even if one were to think with one's toes, one would be able to guess how much treasure had been transported away. Thinking back to what the 6th young master had said earlier, one of the main objectives of the urgent attack on Salai City was to seize the wealth and relieve the financial pressure of the army. Then how could he let the money under his nose slip away like this? When he saw Beta Persei walking over, he immediately stepped forward and voiced his thoughts. Beta Persei was overjoyed. He was just worried that he would not have the chance to properly deal with the Mongolian cavalry. Now that the excuse had come, and coincidentally, the young master was not by his side, wouldn't he be able to take the initiative to attack? "Commander Shi, we can't hesitate on this matter. Otherwise, the young master will not be happy with the treasure being transported out of the city. How about this? Give me a cavalry, and I will personally chase after them." Beta Persei put on an appearance of wholeheartedly serving the public, but wanting to lead an army proved that he wanted to go to the battlefield for his own selfish reasons. She understood Beta Persei a little and chuckled. Okay, then I'll have to trouble second brother. How about this? I'll arrange for the 1st and 3rd divisions to come over and listen to your orders. Okay, 2 divisions at once. That was more than 10,000 people. Beta Persei immediately agreed. Salai City had not been completely pacified yet, and they still needed to leave enough troops behind. This was already a great effort, and it should also be for the sake of the young master. Mahama escaped. Under the circumstances, he had no choice but to escape for his own safety. He was heading towards New Salai City, which was southeast of Salai City. There was originally a large construction project there, and it was going to be the new Shengjing City. It was a good place to take refuge. Along with him, there were hundreds of thousands of nobles, officials, soldiers, and civilians. Among them, the number of civilians was the least. When everyone wanted to leave through the city gates, the civilians belonged to the vulnerable group. In the face of sharp swords, they had no choice but to make way for the nobles. Because of this, they missed the opportunity to escape the city. In the end, after the 5-star army guarded the 4 gates, they were trapped in the city. Beta Persei led 500 black cavalry and 2 divisions of cavalry out of the city to chase after them. She also began to concentrate his forces to guard the 4 gates, and, at the same time, to surround and kill some of the armed Mongolian soldiers in the city. This was the place where the Shengjing City of the Golden Horde was located. It was once a place where everyone was a soldier. Although Mahama and the others had left, they still could not be careless. She was a serious and methodical person. When a mission was handed to him, he only needed enough time to complete it. What made him happy was that under the heavy siege, many Mongolian generals came to join him. Among them, Baru and Wu Tuo were the 2 leaders. They were the ones who were left behind by Mahama to block the 5-star army. But when they saw that the artillery was everywhere, had a long range, and was powerful, how could they still fight? In addition, they heard that the Great Khan and the nobles had already left the city, and they were abandoned. The feeling of being abandoned was quite unpleasant. They did not want to die, and they did not want to die without knowing why. After a final discussion, they came to join him. They had already asked around. This Han commander could be considered half a Mongolian, so he would not make things difficult for them. Naturally, he was overjoyed that the 2 generals got along so well with each other. He immediately said that the 5-star army was in need of people. As long as the 2 generals were sincere, not only would they not make any mistakes, they would even be rewarded. As for how much they would be rewarded, it would depend on their performance. Generals, the 5-star army places more importance on ability and less on experience and background. As long as you do your best, you will be able to obtain a Han nationality in the future. You will be able to enjoy endless riches and safety. You must make good use of this opportunity. Shibi said earnestly to Barry and Wu Tuo. Yes, thank you, General Shibi, for your reminder. But what can we do next? Baru and Wu Tuo were naturally very happy. Who did not want to pursue a better life? In the past, it was only because they did not have the opportunity. Now it was time for them to perform. How about this? The 2 generals should be very familiar with the situation in the city. I will leave the law and order here to you. Firstly, suppress all the opposing forces in the city and give the people a peaceful environment. Secondly, find the gold and silver hidden in the city and give it to Bugnam of Gojoseon. Once the matter is settled, I will naturally request for the 2 generals to be rewarded. Shibi was intentionally testing the loyalty of the 2 generals. He did not intend to give them a single soldier and allowed them to do as they pleased. This way, even if something happened, he would not lose anything. Baru and Wu Tuo, who were left behind by Mahama, although they were generals, their status was not very high. Otherwise, they would not have been given such a difficult task. Now that they had the opportunity to perform well in front of their new master, who would not work hard, with their help, the situation in the city quickly became much more stable. Not only that, the 2 generals also persuaded many people to help the 5-star army maintain the law and order in the city. Later, Shibi counted that the number of people had reached 100,000. This was 100,000 strong young men. Once they were used well, they could form an army. With this feeling of joy, Shibi sent someone to report this matter to Yang Qindong, who was preparing to enter the city. 100,000 Mongolian soldiers. This is not a small harvest. Let's go into the city and take a look. Yang Qindong, who was in a good mood, laughed heartily. Then, under the protection of the 1,500 Black Cavalry and the 2nd Division of the Cold Front, he entered the city of Salai. Just as Yang Qindong entered the city, Beta Persei also led the army back into the city. This time, the pursuit did not go too smoothly. Mahama was like a gecko cutting off its tail. He left behind all the slow carriages and followed the cavalry to speed up and leave. Considering that the road ahead was unclear, they were afraid of being ambushed. In addition, the pursuit of the treasure was completed smoothly, so Beta Persei led the army back to the city. After some calculations, the treasure that Beta Persei chased back was equivalent to 40 million taels of silver. In addition, Mahama and the others left in a hurry and did not have time to take many things away. Even the national treasury only took a quarter of the wealth. Now, the rest that could not be taken away in time all became the property of the 5-star army. The wealth of Salai City was beyond Yang Qindong's expectations. The liquidation of the entire property took thousands of people 7 days, and the final result was actually 230 million taels of silver. Later on, it was found that a lot of the wealth came from the Han people hundreds of years ago. However, because the Mongols did not know how to invest, and they did not like these yellow and white things, many things have been left in the national treasury without being touched. This was how they managed to gather such a large amount of silver. Now, it was a one-time benefit to Yang Xie's army. With so much silver, Yang Qindong felt that his journey was not in vain. All the investments in the Far East, Siberia, and the recent battles had been recovered, and he had made a lot of money. Overjoyed, he ordered people to leave 5,000 taels of silver for development and sent the other 180 million taels of silver back to Chichen City. This was the fastest way to plunder wealth in war. Yang Qindong taught everyone a lesson. He believed that the opposition should be much smaller when he went to war in the future. With the help of Baruch, Wutu, and the others, the security in Salai City quickly stabilized. With the continuous migration of foreign people under Yang Xie and the migration of the people here, everything related to this place would gradually be wiped out in the wheel of history. Perhaps after a few decades or 100 years, the people here would forget that this place was once the capital of the Golden Horde. At that time, the culture of the Han people and their status as landlords would completely dominate this place. By then, it would really be deeply rooted and could not be easily shaken. Chapter 1443. Yang Qindong had also decided to rewrite history. In the future, the entire world would belong to the Han, and history would be written as such. Even if one day his descendants failed to live up to his expectations, his opponents would only appear as traitors. He wanted to establish the concept that the Han were the true rulers of this world. After 10 days of delay in Salai City, on the morning of the 11th day, the army once again set out. Their target was New Salai City. Their goal of plundering wealth had been achieved. Next, it was time to completely eliminate their opponent, the Golden Horde. The army moved out in a mighty manner. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers left the city like a long dragon. Looking from afar, it seemed to cover the sky. Compared to the time when they had attacked Salai City, there were now 100,000 more Mongolian soldiers. Gray, Barry, Wu Tuo, and the others had been personally tested by Yang Qindong. Yang Qindong had found that they were truly talented, and they had also joined the battle. They had gone from being generals of the Golden Horde to being generals of the 5-star Corps. This time, the reaction of the Golden Horde was much faster. With the previous lesson, Scout General Bodo had already arranged for people to keep an eye on the situation. When he found out that the Han army was moving out, he immediately reported it to the Great Han. At this time, Mahama, who had just settled down in New Salai City, heard the news and his face turned red in anger. They had always been the ones chasing after others and beating them up. Now that it was finally his turn, he couldn't accept it. These Han soldiers are too much. Do they really think this Khan is afraid of them? Have a troop sent to protect the emperor arrived? Bodo, who had been waiting for this question, immediately replied, Great Khan, there are already a dozen tribes that have heard the news and arrived outside New Salai City. There are still a dozen tribes that are rushing here because of the longer journey. If we add them all together, there are hundreds of thousands of people. It's enough to deal with the Han army. Good. If that's the case, order people to pacify the tribes that have already arrived. Send people to urge the tribes that have yet to arrive. At the same time, clear out a wide area in front of the city. The battlefield should be at least 50 li horizontally. This time, we will meet the Han army here. We can't retreat anymore. This Khan wants to see if these Han people really have 3 heads and 6 arms. Even if that's the case, this time, we will not let them return. Muhammad said with a face full of confidence. He was not prepared to retreat anymore, or rather, there was no place for him to retreat to. Although the Golden Horde was huge, after years of development, its population was not small. However, there were only a few large cities. Firstly, it had to do with their habits. Living in the city was comfortable, but how could they survive without grazing? Secondly, they did not know how to run a business. Even if they spent a lot of effort to build a city, not only would there be no income, but they would also have to pay for it. How could Muhammad and the previous great Khans do such a loss-making business? After losing a few major cities, especially after losing Sarai, Muhammad did not want to retreat anymore. He was prepared to fight to the death here. This time, he would bring a few 100,000 Mongolian elites to teach the Han army a lesson. Muhammad had already made up his mind, and no one dared to persuade him anymore. Thus, they contacted the other tribes and invited them to gather at New Sarai City to fight the Han army. For this, the ministers, generals, and nobles who followed Muhammad promised countless benefits. More and more tribes received requests to mobilize their troops, and not many tribes dared to refuse. Although the people in charge of relaying the message were polite, there was a strong sense of threat in their words. For example, if they could come, they would be extremely grateful and promise benefits. If they could not come, then they would have to take care of themselves. Just a simple sentence of "take care of yourself" was enough to shake the hearts of many small clan leaders. They sighed deeply and had no choice but to send out reinforcements. Here he was one of them. As the leader of a small Mongolian tribe, he had 30,000 Mongolian civilians under his rule. Among them, 5,000 were young and strong cavalry. Although he was not as strong as the larger tribes, he was still a decent force among the smaller tribes. In the past, when they fought with the Rasi principalities, they had been sent out to fight. Every time, regardless of whether they won or lost, they would have to retreat with their tails between their legs. After a few times, he had some opinions. He was a valiant general with a height of more than 8 feet. He was tall and strong. Just by standing in front of him, he gave off a strong sense of pressure. He was also very strong, and his equestrian skills were extraordinary. Even the experts of the tribe would not be able to get close to him in a group. Such people usually had a straightforward temper. They didn't beat around the bush and liked to go straight to the point. But no matter what his temperament was, he did not dare to refuse the requests of the Golden Horde. He did not forget that there was once a leader of a small tribe who was on good terms with him. Because he fell ill, he was delayed in sending out reinforcements. As a result, he was massacred by the elite cavalry of the Golden Horde. The entire tribe had more than 10,000 people. Regardless of gender or age, none of them survived. When he heard the news, he had rushed over to take a look. When he saw that there were children in swaddling clothes who had died under the scimitar, he was completely shocked. Although over the years, he had killed many people, but he had not killed such young children. This was clearly a move to exterminate the tribe. From then on, he hated the self-proclaimed orthodox leaders of the Golden Horde. At the same time, he was also afraid of them. If they had any orders in the future, he would not dare to disobey. This time, ere he, who had received another order, quickly gathered the young men in the tribe. Nearly 1,000 of them were new recruits. They had just been added. Some of them were only 13 or 14 years old. However, as Mongolians, they had grown up on horseback. Even at this age, their horsemanship was quite good. "Chief, you must bring them back safely." A woman who looked to be in her 30s, but was still very beautiful, said to he with a pleading look. She was He's wife, Wu Yun. She was very wise in Mongolian. This woman had played a big role in the development of the tribe to this day. Every time the men went to war, she would lead the entire tribe and the women to wait for their husband's return. In the past, Wu Yun would also give a few words of advice whenever he went to war. But this time it was different. Her eyes were filled with tears. It was because her and He's son, Dorza, was among the nearly 1,000 new recruits. He was just a child who had just reached the age of 14. In the last war, when they fought the Rasi, the tribe lost nearly 1,000 people. This time, they had to choose from boys who had just turned 14 years old. Although it was said to be a selection, it was actually a selection of people. In a small tribe of 30,000 people, the ratio of boys was not high. As the chief's son, Duo Jia was naturally chosen to join the army. If he wanted other people's children to send their sons to him, as the chief, how could he not set an example? Looking at Wu Yun's teary face, how could he not understand what she was thinking? He sighed and said, "The young eagle will grow up sooner or later. How can a man become a real man if he doesn't go through hardships? You must believe in our son Duo Jia. He will definitely survive the cruel war." With such a serious tone, he had already made his stance clear. That is, if something happened, he would definitely not take care of them. In his eyes, these 5,000 people were all his soldiers, and there was no distinction between them. Wu Yun, who had long been familiar with He's life, was slightly disappointed. But there was nothing she could do. She could only loosen her grip on He's arm and prepare to let him go. But at this time, a soldier's voice suddenly came from outside the yurt. "Chief, there is a person who claims to be your good friend, who wants to see you." Anda? He was not surprised when he heard this. Every time before a war, the leaders of other tribes would come to discuss this matter. First of all, it was to unify everyone's opinions. Once on the battlefield, rootless duckweeds like them could support and help each other. That might increase their chances of survival. He also thought that the other tribes had sent people to discuss this matter. So he said, "Invite the distinguished guest in." The curtain of the yurt was lifted from the outside, revealing a burly man. Although he was slightly weaker than there was not much difference. The moment this person appeared, a look of shock flashed across He's originally calm eyes. He opened his mouth and could not help but ask, "General Gray, why are you here?" It was no wonder that he was so surprised. He had heard that Gray had become a traitor of the Golden Horde and a lackey of the Han people. How could a person who was wanted by the Golden Horde appear here? What was going on? In a short while, he thought of many things. It was only when his wife, Dark Cloud, touched his arm that he came back to his senses. He hurriedly said, "Come, General Gray, please." He and Gray had a very good personal relationship. It was because of his excellent performance in a battle that attracted Gray's attention. In contrast, Gray was a very famous general in the eyes of the Golden Horde Khan. To be able to establish such a relationship was naturally what he wanted. Both sides were interested, and their relationship was getting better and better. When he heard that Gray had joined the Han people, he did not believe it. At the same time, he also felt a sense of sadness. He did not even have his own backing. In this battle, he had no confidence. Without an acquaintance to take care of him, he was full of worries about the future. Chapter 1444. Who would have thought that Gray would appear in front of him at this time? What was he doing? Was he still a member of the Golden Horde? Whose attitude did he represent this time? What should he do? Many thoughts flashed through his mind in a short while, but he still pretended to be calm on the surface. He said to Wu Yun, "Our esteemed guest is here. Go and prepare some food." Wu Yun knew that he was looking for an excuse to make her leave. She nodded sensibly and gave Gray an apologetic smile before turning to leave. When only the two of them were left in the tent, it suddenly became quiet. Gray's voice broke the silence as he sized up air. He seriously, "What? Are you surprised that I'm here?" Harry didn't expect Gray to ask this. Originally, he thought that if Gray didn't mention it, he wouldn't take the initiative to mention Gray's position. But now he had no way out. He could only nod. "That's right. I heard that General Gray has surrendered to the Han people. Is that true?" "That's right. I surrendered to the Han people." Gray only waited for he to finish speaking before quickly giving an answer. This caused he to be surprised. In the eyes of the Mongols, surrendering to the Han was an extremely shameful thing. Any self-proclaimed man would never do such a thing. However, at this moment, Gray had actually admitted to it in such a straightforward manner. This had truly exceeded his expectations. Even if Gray had just found a reason or used a more tactful way of saying it, it would have been fine. Seeing the surprise on Erhi's face, Gray shook his head and smiled. If it was in the past, he would definitely not say such a thing. He would be proud of surrendering to the Han people. But this time, after seeing the power of the Five-Star Army's firearms, he was convinced. He also completely understood that if the Golden Horde were to face the tyrannical power of the Five-Star Army, there would only be one result, and that was failure. As for the degree of failure, it would depend on how strong Mahama's resistance was. If the entire Mongolian people resisted, although the Mongolians would not be completely wiped out, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Since that was the case, Gray believed that what he needed to do was to preserve as much of the strength of the Mongols as possible. Hence, when he heard that Mahama was gathering the Mongol army towards New Salai City, he took the initiative to ask Yang Chendong. He wanted to persuade more Mongol tribes not to become enemies with the Five-Star Army. What Gray didn't expect was that after hearing his request, Yang Chendong only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Not only did Yang Chendong give him a sizable amount of gold and silver, he even allowed him to leave the camp with a dozen of his personal guards. Not only did he not send anyone to keep an eye on them, he also gave them enough money. A look of disbelief appeared on Gray's face as he walked out of the Five-Star Army's camp. He finally understood what the big picture was and what it meant to be broad-minded. There was no doubt that Yang Chendong possessed these characteristics. Just in terms of structure alone, he was far superior to Mahama. It was also because of this that Gray wanted to do a good job in persuading the Mongolians to surrender. This wasn't just to preserve the bloodline of the Mongols. More importantly, he wanted to prove to Yang Chendong that he had not misjudged him. Since he had received money and gained trust, he would do a good job. Thus, Gray came to Erhi, the leader who had a good personal relationship with him, and most importantly, who was sincere in his consideration for his tribe. Not all Mongol leaders were good to their tribe. Due to their living habits, the Mongols who lived by herding animals could not gather in a city like the Han people. If not, where would they find such abundant water plants? Because of this, the scattered Mongol tribes would often fight over land with abundant water and grass. Once they gained power, some leaders' greedy natures would be exposed. They would take the best things in the tribe for themselves, becoming a parasite that could enjoy life without putting in any effort. There were many other tribal leaders like him. They only needed to curry favor with the nobles of the Golden Horde to secure their positions. However, most of these leaders did not have much fighting strength. Even if they led their troops to victory, it was only because the enemy was too weak or because the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. There were those who reaped without sowing, and there were also those like he who shared the suffering of the people. Gray naturally respected the latter. Not only did such leaders win the hearts of the people, but their soldiers also dared to fight to the death. Such people were the ones he should recruit. They were the ones who should be protected and passed down in the Mongol army. Since he had decided on his target, Gray thought of many methods along the way. In the end, he decided to tell the truth. For a straightforward leader like if you tried to deceive him, it would only have the opposite effect if he found out. After deciding to speak the truth, Gray's direct and straightforward attitude and reply came about. Erhi, who was not prepared, was confused by Gray's actions. Fortunately, Gray did not rush him. Instead, he sat there quietly, waiting for he to think and consider. He only needed to be prepared to answer at any time. After at least the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he slowly raised his head and looked at Gray. General Gray, are you here to persuade me to surrender? Yes. Why? That's because a hero like you shouldn't become the victim of Mahama's wrongdoings, Gray said resolutely. Since he had already submitted to Yang Chendong, the so-called Great Khan of the Golden Horde was nothing in his eyes. There was no need for him to show any mercy. Sacrifice. He was puzzled. That's right, a sacrifice. Don't you think so? Over the years, how many battles have you fought for the Golden Horde? What did you get in the end? What else do you have other than the most basic rations you can obtain during the war? Gray laughed coldly and said, Oh, if you want to say anything, I'm afraid that there are fewer and fewer men in the tribe, and their strength is getting weaker. Do you know that this is Mama's goal? He wants to use his opponents to weaken the strength of your tribes. Only in this way can no one threaten him and replace him. Er's expression kept changing as he listened to them. Of course, he understood the logic behind this. Not only him, but the other tribe leaders also saw it clearly. But what could they do? If they did not listen to Mama, the other party's elite cavalry would appear at any time. One was to slowly exhaust their strength through war, and the other was to be directly exterminated. Choosing one of the two, as long as one was not a fool, they would know what to do. He shook his head. General Gray, there is no need to say anymore. Even so, we are still a Mongol tribe. General, you surrendered to the Han and became a captive in the hands of the two-legged sheep. I'm sure you feel good. He actually started a counterattack. Gray was not angry, but laughed. What he was afraid of was that he would not say anything. If that was the case, it would be very difficult to persuade the other party. But as long as the other party was willing to speak, he would have a chance. Therefore, he was not angry. Instead, he said in a mocking tone, Two-legged sheep? So many years have passed, and you still think this way. Don't you know that things are changing at any time? The weak in your eyes has grown to the point where we have to look up to them. Does anyone know? Look up to them? General Gray, were you defeated by the Han and scared out of your wits? Isn't that a bit biased? He did not believe it instinctively. In his opinion, this was only because Gray was now a member of the Han army, so it was not surprising that he would speak up for them. You want to say that it's unfair? Ha! Gray laughed self-mockingly. Then, he said with a bitter expression, That's right. I used to think the same as you, but there are some things that you will never know how strong your opponent is if you don't experience it yourself. The Han army in front of us has firearms that no one can resist. Their cannons can fire from several kilometers away, or even tens of kilometers away. They are all exploding bullets, and one shot can blow up a large area. Their firearms are not only accurate, but they are also very powerful from a long distance. They can easily penetrate thick armor, and even strong horses are as fragile as thin paper under their muzzles. Let me ask you, who can stop such an army? Who can compare to them? Or do you think that the warriors of your tribe are invulnerable? Or that they're like cats and have 9 lives? Even if they have 9 lives, they will only die a little later. They will still not be able to charge in front of the Han army. How could one defeat such an army that could take one's life from a long distance away and not give one a chance to fight head-on? How can you defeat them? Gray asked several questions in succession, leaving he speechless. He did not know how to answer. They had seen firearms before. The White Russian army mainly used firearms. If not, how could they be a match for the Mongol army, which had the best war horses and the most skilled horsemanship? However, the power of their firearms was limited. Although they also had explosive bullets, the range was very short, only about 1 mile. What they really used the most were solid bullets. Although it was a little difficult to dodge that thing, it was not undefeatable. As long as they avoided the enemy's bullets, when they rushed to the front of the enemy's formation, it would be time for them to kill. The White Russian army also had firearms that could pose a threat to them at close range. However, those firearms needed a long time to reload every time they were fired. Naturally, They were not very useful against the Mongol cavalry. Chapter 1445. Even so, the Mongol army had to pay a huge price in order to obtain victory against the White Russian army. Furthermore, this method of fighting where both sides suffered heavy losses caused the Mongol cavalry to feel fear and headache. Now, Gray was saying that the Han army's firearms were far more powerful than the White Russian army's. Furthermore, from the looks of it, their firepower was not just 1 or 2 times greater. Bullets with a range of a few kilometers and muskets that could continuously take a person's life. If they really had these things, it would be normal for the Mongol army to lose. Erhi's expression kept changing. Gray knew that the other party had taken his words to heart. Striking while the iron was hot, he continued to speak. It's precisely because of the might of the Han army's firearms that this general was defeated in their hands. Shungjing's Sarai city was captured in less than a day. Now, the Han army has set their sights on New Sarai City. It's laughable that Mahama, who doesn't know the difference between them and the Han army, wants to fight to the death. However, they don't know that the final battle will happen, but they will definitely be the ones to die. The Han army will definitely win. No matter how many tribes come this time, they won't be a match for the Han army. They will just be increasing their casualties. Isn't this a little exaggerated? Erhi's tone carried a trace of doubt as he listened to this description that did not seem to be true. No, not only is this not exaggerated, it's not enough. There are some things that you will only know if you personally experience it. Gray sighed. At this moment, he was truly worried for the future of Mongolia. Faced with such powerful firearms, he could not see any possibility of the Mongol army winning. This final battle might end with the Mongol army suffering a great loss. If that was the case, would the Mongol army still have a future? If that's the case, we are indeed not a match for them. However, even if we can't win, we can still escape. Erhi understood Gray. Although he was greedy, he was not a person who did not know how to lie. Thus, he chose to believe Gray. However, he did not think that surrendering to the Han army was the only way to survive. Escape? Where are you running to? I forgot to tell you that the Han army this time is different from the Han army in the past. Facing their enemies, not only will they not show any mercy, they will even build a city here to replace the ruler and become the new master of this place. At that time, any forces and tribes that oppose them will have to face a cruel blow. Rather than surrendering at that time and becoming a pariah, it is better to surrender to them now. At least they will still be loyal to them. They can even raise some conditions and enjoy a lot of benefits. Gray's words had completely shocked Erhi. In fact, Gray's words were even more shocking than Gray's words about how powerful the firearms were. In the land of Huaxia, there had been many wise monarchs and great figures. However, there were very few people who truly made the Mongols afraid, and none of them were afraid to the bone. The reason for this was that the Han people did not care about their territory and would often leave after winning a battle. This piece of land would eventually belong to them. Just based on this point alone, once the Mongols were strong, they would definitely set their sights on the Han. On the other hand, he wasn't afraid that the other party would do anything to him. This was also the biggest reason why the Mongols have been able to survive until today. If it wasn't for that, they would have been annihilated countless times already. But now, Gray had actually said that the Han people were going to build a city here and build an army here. Wasn't that equivalent to occupying their final resting place? If that was the case, how could they survive? Could it be that the heavens wanted them to die? His expression became extremely ugly. He finally understood why the prideful Gray would surrender to the Han people. Yes, when the Han people were not only strong, but they also wanted to occupy their territory and not leave. That kind of deterrence would truly make people feel fear from the depths of their bones. After being shocked for a long time, he finally opened his mouth and asked, "Our land is so barren. Other than the fur of animals, there is nothing else that can catch their eye. If they build a city here and station an army here, where will all the expenses come from? I don't think the Han people will be able to sustain this kind of loss-making business for long." The reason why the previous dynasties had only defeated the Mongols and not occupied their land was because this place was simply too barren. Apart from spending money and manpower, there were no benefits to occupying this place. But now, the Han army actually wanted to occupy this place for a long time. Did they not consider this point? No, we were all wrong. The Han people have already found a lot of iron or nearby. I heard that once those things are shipped out, they can be sold for a lot of money. Pitiful people like us who are ignorant. We actually did not know that we were guarding a treasure mountain. Now, it is all going to benefit the Han people. With this income, they can stay here and not leave. Gray shook his head. How could he not have thought of the same idea? But when he heard that the Han people had opened up the mountain to mine, this idea had completely disappeared. With a plop, he fell back into his chair. This time, he finally understood that the Han army had thought of everything. This way, the nightmare of the Mongols was about to arrive. No, it cannot be said that it was a nightmare. The Han people needed people to mine, right? This way, wouldn't it be an opportunity for them? If they lived a herding life, they could survive when the years were good, but it was not a long-term plan. If they could help the Han people mine and earn money, who would say that this was not a good thing? However, if they wanted to get a share of the profits, they had to make the Han people believe in them and leave a good impression on them. When he thought of this, whene'er he looked at Gray, there was no longer ridicule in his eyes, only admiration. It turned out that there were people who thought even further than him. Even so, it was time for him to make a choice. He did not immediately give an answer. He tried to bargain for a while. Gray understood his meaning and shook his head. He don't try to be smart. I am not a Han person. It is useless for you to talk to me. They will not talk to you either. If you want to fight for a future for yourself, you can only gamble. If you win, you can obtain benefits after helping the Han army. If you lose, don't think about it anymore. Of course, you can also choose to continue walking with Mahama and walk towards destruction together. As soon as he said this, he shut his mouth. Although this answer made him unhappy, he also knew that the situation was stronger than the person. As a weakling, how could he have the chance to negotiate with the strong? As for whether he wanted to gamble or not, of course he wanted to. He did not want to continue working for Mahama. He had long hated this method of weakening the strength of his tribe. It was just that he did not have a better way in the past, so he could only endure it. Now that Mahama could not even protect himself, he naturally had to lead his tribe to independence. Okay, I'll do it with you. In the end, he made a firm choice. Gray chuckled upon hearing that. Not bad. You made a decision that your descendants will be proud of. Trust me. That's right. After he heard this, he revealed a simple and honest smile and laughed. However, there was something that made him even happier. Gray took out a banknote with a face value of 5,000 silver and handed it over to He had never seen banknotes before, let alone Yangxie banknotes. His face was filled with paste. What is this piece of paper used for? Is it a token? It's not a keepsake, but it's very useful. This piece of paper represents 5,000 taels of silver, which can be used to buy a lot of cows and sheep. Of course, believe me, after seeing the prosperity of the Han people, you definitely won't use this money to buy sheep. Gray laughed heartily. He had seen the refined salt, iron pots, sugar, and all kinds of good things that he had never heard of before brought by the 5-star army. This was especially true for down jackets. It was much better than the leather clothes that they sewed themselves. Furthermore, these things could only be bought with the special silver of a Yangxie. This time, Yang Chendong had given him these banknotes, so that the surrendered Mongol tribes could share their wealth after witnessing the prosperity of the Mongol tribes. Of course, 5,000 silver wasn't a small amount. However, to an entire tribe, it wasn't enough. Yang Chendong didn't want to satisfy everyone. Did they want good things? It was simple. They just wanted to work for Yangxie. Talents would have expectations and expectations. In this way, not only would they not oppose Yangxie, they would also speak up for him. Over time, Yangxie's position in the tribe became more and more stable. He didn't know about this. After hearing that it was money, he carefully put it away. However, he still doubtfully said, How can there be anything better than cattle and sheep in this world? General Gray, don't joke around. Ha! Gray didn't have any intention of arguing with him. He believed that facts spoke louder than words. When the time came, he would be slapped in the face. He led his tribe to join Yang Xie. Gray then told him what to pay attention to and what to do next. After that, he went to the other tribes. Just convincing the he tribe wasn't enough. Gray had a lot of work to do. Furthermore, in New Sarai, Muhammad didn't know that there were people who had started to oppose him and betray him. He was currently sending people to contact the Ross Duchy. There was no such thing as eternal friends, only eternal benefits. In the face of a great enemy, Muhammad felt immense pressure. He finally listened to the advice of his subordinates and bowed his head to the Ross Duchy. He wanted to contact them to face the Han army together. The Han army's strongest weapon was firearms. This was the weakness of the Golden Horde. Fortunately, the White Russian army was built on firearms. If the two of them could work together, their chances of victory would be much higher. Whether this land belonged to the Ross Duchy or the Golden Horde, it could be discussed. However, it couldn't fall into the hands of an outsider like the Han army. Chapter 1446. After the messengers were sent out, more and more Mongol tribes began to gather outside the city. Muhammad's expression was no longer as ugly as before. When he heard that the Han army had already set out from Salai City, his face turned gloomy and ruthless. Come, this time I will let you know what a human wave tactic is. I will let you know who is the true ruler here. His words were ruthless, but Muhammad, who had already suffered defeat after defeat, did not dare to underestimate Yuhan's army. In view of the previous two failures, he decided to concentrate his forces and launch a fierce attack. He did not believe that the Han army would have an endless supply of gunpowder. As long as he was willing to sacrifice lives, there would be a time when the enemy would run out of gunpowder. At that time, it would be time for him to launch a counterattack. As for the deaths of his cavalry, what did that have to do with him? Even if he could not defeat the Han army, as long as he could delay for a period of time and wait for the Ross dukedom to make their move, the Han army would have to split up. That would be the time for him to launch a counterattack. In any case, this time he would definitely seize every opportunity to launch a counterattack. He would definitely deal a heavy blow to the Han army and chase this nightmare out of his mind. For the sake of this victory, he had used all his trump cards. He had also sent out the 20,000 golden armored cavalry, which was made up of the strongest youths, to be used at the most crucial moment. In order to create these golden armored cavalry, Mahamar had spent a lot of effort. The heavy golden armored cavalry was meant to deal with the White Russian army's musketeers. Now that they were used to deal with the Han army's musketeers, they could be considered to have made the best use of them. Although sending out all 20,000 golden armor cavalrymen would be equivalent to bringing out their final trump card, which would put them in a much more passive position when facing the Russian army in the future, compared to the Han army that was already threatening their lives, the matter at hand was more important. One after another, the tribes began to gather outside New Salai City. The number of tents outside the city was increasing by the day. Every day, there would be dozens of carts of rations being transported out of the city and distributed to the various tribes. Providing rations to the troops was a must. After all, they could not let them fight on empty stomachs. However, this was the only thing that Muhammad could do for everyone. In fact, he didn't trust these tribes. It could be seen from the fact that they weren't even allowed to enter the city. But even so, many tribes were still waiting outside the city. Many small tribes were even sharpening their swords. They wanted to perform well and curry favor with Muhammad. The number of soldiers outside the city increased every day. For example, the 5,000 cavalrymen of the Urhit tribe had also arrived outside the city and found an inconspicuous corner to stay. There were 7 or 8 other tribes like the Urhit tribe, totaling around 30,000 cavalrymen. By the time Yang Chendong and the 5-star army arrived at New Sarai, the Mongolian cavalry had already reached 400,000. 400,000. This Golden Horde Khanate is quite capable. After listening to Su Yunqing's report, Yang Qindong could not help but sigh at the power of the Golden Horde. Have you found out how many tribes are rushing here? Young Master, there are about 150,000 people rushing out of the city. It's just that their marching speed is too slow. It's hard to say when they'll arrive. Su Yunqing replied with some difficulty. He blamed himself for not being able to help Yang Qindong relieve his worries. As if seeing through Su Yunqing's confusion, Yang Qindong waved his hand indifferently and smiled. This matter has nothing to do with you. These people are not traveling slowly, but they don't want to participate in this battle. However, they don't dare to not come, so they slow down their marching speed. This way, they don't have to participate in the battle and won't offend Mahama. People like them are not really our enemies, so we don't have to worry about them for the time being. After listening to Yang Qindong's explanation, Su Yunqing finally understood. Knowing this, he asked excitedly, Young Master, these people won't be here for a while. When are we going to attack? Let's rest today. We will attack early tomorrow morning. We want to defeat the enemy in front of everyone. We want to use their mouths to spread the word that the 5-star army is invincible. It will be a nightmare to be our enemy. When Yang Qindong said these words, his eyes revealed a strong sense of confidence. As the industrial system of Crimson City grew step by step, many problems with guns and cannons were solved. He could finally get rid of the need to rely on Song to fight. This made him very confident and also allowed him to increase the pace and speed of unifying the world. Yes, your subordinate will pass on the order. After Su Yunqing received the order, he was also very excited. After saluting, he turned around and left. Yang Qindong was left in the newly built central tent. He looked at Beta Persei, who was standing quietly but had a restless look in his eyes. What's wrong? My hands are itching again. Beta Persei showed a simple and honest look. You have a loyal face, but in fact, your brain is full of petty tricks. Forget it. If that's the case, I'll leave the cannons to you tonight. Remember, don't let the enemy be idle, and prevent them from launching an attack. Yang Qindong looked like he couldn't be bothered with Beta Persei. Thank you, young master. Don't worry. Beta Persei smiled. He knew that this was the young master's way of compensating him. If there was a chance, he would take the opportunity to kill the enemy. How could he not grasp it? After agreeing, he quickly went out to make arrangements. It was not the first time Beta Persei commanded the artillery, and he was already familiar with it. When he arrived at the camp of the 2nd Cold Front Division's artillery regiment, the regiment commander, Lin Luan, ran out excitedly. As if they were familiar with each other, he immediately asked, Second brother, is there a mission? 6th Master has ordered that a battalion of men from your artillery regiment will cooperate with the work tonight. The rest of you should rest well. Tomorrow is the day of the big battle. Beta Persei patted Lin Luan's shoulder, as if this was just a small battle and the big battle was yet to come. But he completely forgot that in front of Yang Qindong, Beta Persei was much more excited than Lin Luan. Okay, I'll accompany you tonight, second brother, Lin Luan said excitedly. No, you have to rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning is the time for you to show your prowess. Beta Persei rejected him mercilessly. What a joke! He didn't want anyone to criticize him when he was commanding. Lin Luan's face immediately turned bitter. Second brother, let me accompany you. Otherwise, you'll be bored. It's not boring at all. The sound of the cannons rumbling, your second brother is energized when I hear it. Okay, you should go and rest. Beta Persei waved his hand impatiently, then seemed to think of something and said, All right, leave me more shells. Seeing that he could not stay, Lin Luan's face turned bitter. Second brother, we still have to save some shells. It's okay. I've already sent a telegram to Yang Wu and asked him to arrange for more to be sent over. Just fire as much as you want. Beta Persei chuckled. It was true that he was Yang Qindong's subordinate, but he was also one of his people. Most of the time, his every move was monitored, and it was extremely difficult for him to pull any tricks. But for something as serious as a battle, there was no problem for him to use some connections to get more shells. Even if he reported it to the young master, he was not afraid. Beta Persei even mentioned Yang Wu, and a smile appeared on Lin Luan's face again. With second brother's words, I know what to do. Don't worry, there will be enough shells for tonight. Hee hee. Lin Luan left satisfied and ordered his men to bring over a few more shells. Beta Persei was waiting for the sky to turn dark, waiting for the time to show off his power. Outside the city of New Sarai, many yurts were lit with smoke, and dinner was being prepared. The Han army had already set up camp 5 miles away, and they had also set up their military tents. Seeing that there would be a big battle tomorrow, everyone was seizing the time to rest. After all, for some people, tonight might be the last night of their lives. When the sky was completely dark, except for some troops in charge of night duty, most of the Mongolian soldiers went into their tents to rest. The time had finally come, and Beta Persei, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, began to move the field artillery forward. Beta Persei's request was not high. He only wanted to push forward 1 mile. He wanted to ensure that the range of the field artillery could threaten more Mongolian soldiers. In order to cooperate with his actions, the new Second Army's 1st Division commander, Xiao Chao, led the cavalry to protect him. Second brother, it's about time. Seeing that the artillery had already pushed forward more than 1 mile, and if they did not stop, they would probably reach the enemy camp. Xiao Chao finally could not help but ask, "Oh, then here it is." Beta Persei showed a simple and honest smile, scratched the back of his head, and directed the field artillery to begin to adjust the direction of the artillery fire, measure the ruler, and lock onto the target. Although it was night, the Mongolian army's every move was clearly seen by the Mongolian army. After seeing the other side continuously approaching them in the night, they first watched silently. When the distance between the two sides was less than 3 miles, they were already prepared to charge, and were prepared to summon their troops at any time. At this time, the Han army suddenly stopped. This allowed them to heave a sigh of relief, and they also wanted to see what the other side was going to do. The artillery was blocked by the cavalry of a division. After everything was adjusted, the cavalry moved aside, and the artillery finally appeared. The Mongolian scouts also saw it clearly. "Not good, it's artillery. Quick, inform the rear." When a scout finally saw the Han army's actions, his heart trembled. He did not expect the Han army to use artillery in the night, and he shouted in shock. Chapter 1447. It must be said that the Golden Horde also had some cannons. However, compared to them, there were very few of them, and their range was very short. Because of that, they did not dare to take the risk of using them in the dark. What if they were destroyed by the Han cavalry? On this point, the 5-star army did not have so many misgivings. Be it in terms of range or numbers, they were willing to take the risk. They also had the strength to take the risk. After all, there was still a regiment of cold vanguard soldiers mixed in with the 1st Regiment. The 2nd Regiment's 2nd Regiment commander, Zhong Guanquan, was afraid that the enemy would not come. The cavalry dodged to the sides, and under Beta Persei's orders, the cannons began to fire towards the Mongolian camp. The direction of the cannons was towards the middle of the Mongolian camp. That was where most of the enemies were gathered, and they were also the ones who supported the Great Khan. As for the smaller tribes like Erhi, they had already received news that their general's camp was in a corner and was not within the range of the cannons. In the originally silent night, the sound of cannons suddenly rang out. One by one, the tents were bombarded until there was nothing left. Who knew how many Mongolian soldiers were still sleeping when they were born, going to meet the Tungri that they trusted so much? There were a total of 50 cannons, and every shot was accompanied by 50 furious roars. Everywhere the cannons blasted, flames and cries of pain could be heard. The sound of the cannons alerted the other Mongolian soldiers, and they were unable to sleep. Instead, they walked out of their tents, their eyes and mouths wide open as they stared at the hellish scene in front of them. Amongst them were the leaders of the smaller tribes, like Erhi, who had been persuaded by Gray. They had crossed swords with the White Russians before, and had seen the power of their cannons. From their point of view, The cannons that could shoot a huge iron bullet with a single shot were already very terrifying. They were already a headache for them. However, in comparison, the cannons of the Han army were much more powerful. The cannons would explode after hitting their targets, causing shrapnel and metal fragments to fly in all directions. It was truly fatal. Did you not see the soldiers who were 7 or 8 steps away from the explosion falling to the ground? Even the war horses they were riding couldn't escape. They were knocked down to the ground by the remaining power of the Blossom bullet and screeched incessantly. Are these the cannons of the Han army? Many of the Mongolian soldiers who were not hit by the cannons looked at this scene with fear in their hearts. Many of them even exchanged glances with each other, as if to say, how could they resist the power of such artillery with mere manpower? If the Han army had such an endless supply of cannons, how could they fight this battle? How many people would it take to rush in front of them and brandish their sabers? As for he and the others, they completely believed Gray's words. This time, the Han army did not have a good feeling about this. It seemed that their choice to trust the other party and surrender was the right choice. The cannons were still firing. In less than an hour, hundreds of tents had been destroyed and tens of thousands of people had been hit, either dead or injured. Finally, the cannons stopped firing, as if they were tired and wanted to rest. On both sides of the cannon formation, regardless of whether it was the 2nd Cavalry Division of the new 2nd Army or the 2nd Cold Front Division, a sliver of disappointment appeared on their faces. Originally, they had assumed that the Mongolian cavalry would not be able to endure such torture and would take the initiative to charge over. However, who would have thought that after an hour of cannons firing, not a single one of them had charged over? This caused them to be greatly disappointed, and they scolded the Mongolian cavalry for not having any backbone in their hearts. Let's rest for a while and lower the temperature of the cannons before firing again. Beta Persei lit up a cigarette in satisfaction and threw the rest to the soldiers beside him. Then, without caring about his image, he sat down on the ground with a satisfied smile on his face. The previous round of cannons firing was extremely satisfying and had also achieved the goal of not letting the Mongolian army rest. We looked at the 5-star army camp behind him. They were still incomparably silent. Clearly, they had already received the news and did not bother about the cannons firing. They should sleep if they had to. One side was full of energy after a night of rest, while the other side was extremely tired. Even in terms of soldiers, they had a 30% advantage. When Beta Persei thought about how all of this was achieved under his command, he could not help but feel extremely satisfied. The cannons of the Han army finally stopped firing, and the soldiers in the Mongolian camp heaved a sigh of relief. The Mongolian soldiers who were fortunate enough not to be hit by the cannons naturally rejoiced, but at the same time, they started to set up their tents. There was still a huge battle tomorrow, and they still needed to rest. However, it was a pity that the area in front of the city gates could not be used anymore. That area was filled with craters caused by the cannons, and the ground was also covered in blood. Furthermore, there were corpses everywhere, and the stench was extremely strong. They could not stay there any longer. There was not enough space, so they could only move to the sides. Using this chance, the tribes also moved their tents, moving to the sides. Their actions were ridiculed by the other Mongol tribes, while the tribes loyal to Muhammad took the opportunity to occupy those places for their army to set up camp. On the city walls of New Salai City, Prince Bola saw all of this, and his expression was extremely solemn. We can't go on like this. Who knows if the Han army will use their cannons again? Just in case, we need to be prepared. Where's Hulin? I order you to lead the 5,000 cavalry and prepare to charge. The moment the Han army uses their cannons again, charge up without caring about the cost and destroy them. As he spoke, Bol turned his head to the side and looked at Hurahan, who was wearing a suit of armor. Bola looked down on Hulahan in his heart. He was just a dog that had lost his home because of the Han army. Such a coward was not worthy of standing beside him. If it was not for the fact that he was in dire need of manpower, he would have dealt with this person long ago. However, even so, he could not let him off so easily. Bola had already heard that if it were not for this Houlihan provoking the Han army in the far east, they would not have come to his territory. It could be said that this person was the root of the problem, the source of the war. With such understanding, how could Bola treat Houlihan well? Sending him out this time was equivalent to sending him to his death. When the ashen-faced Houlihan heard that he was going to be deployed in the middle of the night, he dropped to his knees and begged, "Your Highness, please spare this lowly one. This lowly one is willing to serve you as my master and serve you for generations to come." Seeing that Houlihan did not want to lead the troops, Bola's face sank, and his voice became cold. "What? You want to go against my orders?" "This, Your Highness, it is not that this lowly one wants to go against your orders. It is just that the Han army's cannons are too powerful. Furthermore, they are taking the initiative to attack, so it is impossible for them not to be prepared. Attacking in the middle of the night is too short-sighted, and it is not suitable." Houlihan opened his mouth and spouted nonsense. "Oomph. Even if it is the middle of the night and we cannot see through the enemy, they should not be able to see through us either, right? This is the best time to attack. Do not worry. As long as you can kill your way through, this prince will immediately order the army to follow up. At that time, you will have the greatest merit." Bola rejected Houlihan's request and gave the order in a resolute tone, since he had already said that if Houlihan still refused, he would not even have the chance to charge and would be taken down by Bola. Thinking that there was at least a chance of survival if he attacked, he could only nod. Since that is the case, this lowly one will lead the men to charge. I only hope that your Highness can grasp the opportunity and send the army to kill them. I know. As for what to do, this prince will naturally have his own plans. Go and prepare. I will give you an hour," Bola said impatiently. Bola still stood on the city wall. He had a feeling that the Han army would not stop here. If it was him, with the advantage of the cannons, he would also take the opportunity to increase his gains. The truth was as he had expected. An hour later, the cannons sounded out once more, and the Mongol camp that had just moved their tents were once again baptized by cannon fire. "Attack! Tell Houlihan to attack immediately." On the city wall, Bola's eyes were spitting fire as he watched all of this. Although to the Mongol army that had hundreds of thousands of men, the loss of 10 to 20,000 would not be a huge blow, but it would be a huge blow to their morale. If they did not do anything, their morale would definitely plummet, and that would not be a good thing for the battle tomorrow. As for whether or not the enemy would be prepared after sending out Houlihan, that was for sure. However, he still sent out those 5,000 men to see if the Han army was prepared or not. Once he found an opportunity, he would not hesitate and would immediately give the order for the army to attack. On the other hand, if there was no opportunity, he would just sacrifice Houlihan's 5,000 cavalry. Those were not his own men, so what if they died? The city gates opened, and Houlihan led his 5,000 cavalry to charge out. The battle cries were especially ear-piercing in the night. Houlihan still had some brains. After he received the order, he immediately went to his camp and called for his subordinates to pass on Bola's orders. Brothers, it wasn't easy for this general to obtain this opportunity to render meritorious service. As long as we can charge out tonight and destroy the cannons of the Han army, it will be a great merit. In the future, endless wealth awaits us. What about the future? It all depends on tonight. I'm willing to be the vanguard and obtain the greatest merit. All the generals were pumped up by Houlihan's words, and they were all raring to go. They could not wait to charge out of the city and charge towards the cannons. Chapter 1448. Thus, the moment the city gates opened, the 5,000 cavalrymen charged out of the city. However, the moment they stepped out of the city, they saw flames and cries of agony everywhere. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over their heads, causing fear to rise in the hearts of the cavalry, who had originally vowed solemnly to fear. Previously, they were all in the city. Although they could hear the sound of the cannons, it was only hearsay. They did not see it with their own eyes. However, now that they saw the destruction of the city with their own eyes, they were afraid. Their horses were also afraid. They neighed continuously and did not dare to move forward. Charge! The military order is in front of us. There is no way back. Only by charging forward can we survive. Those who do well will be rewarded. Charge! Although Houlihan was prepared for this, his expression was unsightly, but his tone was still firm. He knew that if he didn't even have the courage to rush out now, Borar would probably hang his corpse on the city gate tower for disobeying orders. Houlihan shouted as he took the lead and rushed out. The power of an example was endless. With the help of the light from the cannons, the army saw that even their former Khan, who was now their general, was the first to charge out. Everyone was encouraged, and at the same time, they continued to shout and charge forward. At the five-star army's cannons, the sounds of battle could be heard. Both Li Jun and Zhong Guangquan stood up excitedly. First, they listened attentively. Then, they thought of something and their eyes lit up. They're here. The enemy is finally here. Ha ha! Soldiers of the Cold Vanguard, check your guns and prepare for battle. Zhong Guangquan laughed loudly. Cavalrymen, prepare to charge as well. Li Jun turned around and gave orders to the other commanders. Then he walked over to Zhong Guangquan with a sneaky smile. Commander Zhong, please show mercy. You must leave some soup for us cavalry brothers. No problem, no problem. We are only responsible for the enemy cavalry within 100 steps. Once they enter this range, it will be your cavalry's turn. How about it? Zhong Guangquan agreed generously. Thank you, thank you. Li Jun thanked him profusely and turned around to make the arrangements. Zhong Guangquan looked at the battalion commanders beside him and said, You all heard what I said just now. The rest will depend on your performance. Try your best to eliminate all the enemies from 100 steps away. Yes. The battalion commanders hurriedly agreed and then returned to their respective camps to give out battle orders. At this moment, Houlihan was leading 5,000 cavalry over from the five-star army cannon formation. There was a distance of 6 to 7 kilometers between the city gate and the cannon formation, but for the elite cavalry, it would only take the time it took to brew a cup of tea to reach it. With the continuous running, the speed of the cavalry was also at its best. At this time, the cavalry only needed to hold the scimitar in their hands to easily chop off the head of the enemy. This was the strength of the cavalry. However, that was only possible if the cavalry could reach the enemy. When the Cold Vanguard warriors fired the first shot from 400 steps away, this seemingly simple mission became an impossible one. In the darkness of the night, it was impossible to see how many enemies there were, and it was impossible to accurately determine the enemy's position. At this moment, the light and heavy machine guns displayed their advantage. Bullets flew forward like raindrops. Under the blanket attack, one after another, the cavalrymen from afar were hit. They either fell off their horses or fell to the ground with their horses. Houlihan had already slowed down not long after he started charging, intentionally falling behind. He had fought the five-star army more than once, so he knew better than any of the Mongolian soldiers how strong the enemy was. Because of this, he knew better than anyone else the difficulty of the mission. He hit at the back because he wanted to act according to the situation. If they really charged in front of the five-star army and made a contribution, he would stand out and take the credit. On the other hand, if things went wrong, he would find an opportunity to escape. Although this would incur the wrath of Bola, it was nothing compared to staying alive. Houlihan's idea was good, but he neglected one point, which was the power of the five-star army's guns. They weren't using the guns that the Russians bought from the West. They weren't the kind that could only hit iron balls and had limited range. They were using the Type 95, which was 500 years ahead of the current era. The current Crimson City could already replicate the Type 95 after many years of development. As for the bullets, they were already successfully manufactured and used in the army. Facing such a powerful gun, if you used the old way of thinking to deal with it, you would have doomed Houlihan to a tragic end, especially when he underestimated the fighting spirit of the five-star army and their determination to destroy them. That was equivalent to destroying his last hope. Under the continuous firing of the light and heavy machine guns, squad machine guns, and the Type 95, The charging Mongol cavalry fell one after another on their way forward. None of them were able to get within 100 steps of the enemy. While this greatly damaged the enemy, it also made Commander Lee anxious. He originally thought that in the darkness, no matter how elite the Cold Front warriors were, they wouldn't be able to destroy the enemy, and he would have a chance to act. But now it seemed that he had miscalculated. Since that was the case, he decided that he couldn't wait any longer. All soldiers, get on your horses and prepare charge. Since Zhong Guanquan didn't give him a chance, he would create one himself. Seeing that the enemy had lost more than half of their men, if they didn't attack, they wouldn't have a chance. Thus, Commander Lee decided to lead the soldiers to charge and take the initiative to enter the battlefield to kill the enemy. The soldiers of the new Second Army's 2nd Cavalry Division, who couldn't wait any longer, were waiting for this order. Seeing that their commander was going all out, they had nothing to be afraid of. After receiving the order, they quickly rushed out and went straight to the center of the battlefield. F***CK, stop shooting. Zhong Guanquan saw the 2nd Cavalry Division's actions and quickly ordered them to stop in shock. The gunshots immediately stopped, which prevented them from killing their allies by mistake. Although the gunshots had stopped, Zhong Guanquan jumped up and walked to Yang Er, who had just stopped the bombardment, with a bitter look on his face. Second brother, look, some people don't care about martial ethics. Yang Er was currently instructing the soldiers to lower the temperature of the cannons when he saw Zhong Guanquan walking over aggressively. He snorted and said, I say, Regiment Leader Zhong, we can't just focus on satisfying our cravings and monopolize everything. Just now, your Cold Front warriors had a good time killing. It's reasonable for the cavalry brothers to be anxious. We should understand each other. Beta Persei's answer was obviously biased towards the new Second Army, which made Zhong Guanquan a little dissatisfied. He thought to himself, when it comes to eating alone, I'm afraid no one is better than you, Beta Persei. Look, you even sent Commander Lin Luan back. But he didn't dare to say these words out loud. If he really offended Beta Persei, even their commander, Xiao Feng, wouldn't be able to protect him. Zhong Guanquan didn't say anything. Beta Persei's purpose of suppressing their momentum had been achieved, so he said like a good old man, Okay, when Commander Lee comes back later, I'll talk to him. Your Cold Front warriors performed very well this time. I'll report to the young master later. But remember to guard against arrogance and rashness. You have to know that a big reason for your excellence is the advanced firearms in your hands, understand? It was precisely because the Cold Front warriors had mastered the most advanced firearms that they had such powerful combat power. But when they won so many battles, they seemed to think that they represented powerful combat power. Yang Shandong had mentioned this to the Cold Front warriors more than once. Beta Persei did this because he was following Yang Shandong's orders. When these words fell into Zhong Guanquan's ears, his expression became incomparably serious. He knew that he did have the intention to eat alone just now, and Beta Persei saw through it. Thinking that this time was a reminder, he was afraid that he wouldn't let it go so easily next time. He immediately said with an attitude of admitting his mistake, Second brother, you're right. I was indeed a little impulsive just now. But if there's a next time, we'll definitely discuss it with the cavalry brothers. This attitude is needed. Beta Persei's expression became much better, and he nodded in satisfaction. The gunshots stopped, and the Mongolian cavalry who were lying prone on their horses felt the pressure on them lessen. The people in front were either dead or charging forward. Hulahan, who was hiding at the back, had a look of joy in his eyes. It must be that the Han army's firearms ran out of ammunition. Hulahan thought to himself, wasn't this where his opportunity lied? He immediately got up from his horse and shouted, Brothers, the Han army's firearms are out of gunpowder. This is the time for us to perform meritorious deeds. Charge! Those cavalrymen who were scared out of their wits were originally in a daze, but when they heard their general shout, they were all overjoyed. Didn't they persevere until now to perform meritorious deeds? Now that the opportunity had come, who would think of letting it go? Everyone immediately sat on their horses and waved their sabers, shouting and yelling once again. However, What welcomed them was not silence, but a stampede that shook the mountains. With Division Commander Lee at the lead, more than 8,000 cavalrymen charged forward. Each of them held their breath and charged forward. The soldiers of the 2nd Cold Front Division had their fill, but how could the cavalrymen who became spectators be satisfied? Seeing other people perform meritorious deeds, they were also itching to perform. Finally, the division commander toughened up and gave the order to charge. Which soldier did not rush forward, afraid that if they were a step late, they would not be able to perform any meritorious deeds. Close to 10,000 cavalrymen, their morale was high, and their killing intent was heavy. The moment they clashed with the Mongolian cavalry, they swept through them. They held divine sabers in their hands, which were not only sharp, but also tough. The soldiers of the 5-star army roared as they charged forward. As they waved their sabers, the war horses crossed each other, and the Mongol cavalrymen were sliced in half. Their horses fell to the ground one after another, letting out a neigh before they died. Chapter 1449. Hurahin charged forward with hope, but that hope quickly turned into disappointment and then into despair. He would never have thought that the 5-star army would dare to charge with cavalry. At this moment, he finally felt that there was no path to heaven and no door to hell. If it was just a musket attack, as long as he didn't charge into the effective shooting range of the enemy, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But it was different with cavalry. When the enemy came in front of him, he didn't even have the chance to dodge or escape. Within a short period of time, Hulahin saw his subordinates being slaughtered off their horses one by one. Their horses fell to the ground in rows. Hulahin's face was filled with shock as he turned his horse around and fled. At this moment, he had forgotten all about the merits and the charge. The only thing that mattered to him was his survival. Tisk, where do you think you're going? Using the moonlight, Military Commander Lee took the lead and killed several enemies. He rushed to the front and saw Hurahin, who was wearing a general's armor, trying to turn around and escape. It was said that one could recognize a woman by smell. On the battlefield, one could recognize the identity of the enemy by their armor. It was difficult for Hurahin, who was wearing a general's armor, not to attract attention. With a shout, Military Commander Lee's intuition told him that he had caught a big fish this time. Immediately, he took out the bow on his back and released an arrow. The arrow pierced through the air and headed straight for Hurahin's mount. Shoot the horse first. Relying on his skillful horsemanship, he shot an arrow with great precision, and it landed on the back hoof of Hulahin's warhorse. When the arrow pierced through the horse's leg, the warhorse let out a mournful neigh and stood facing the sky. The sudden rearing of the warhorse caught Hulahin off guard. By the time he realized that something was wrong, he had already been thrown off by the warhorse. After a roll, he felt pain all over his body. Needless to say, this fall had injured his bones. However, on the battlefield, life and death were only a matter of an instant. At this moment, Hurahin didn't even have time to check on his injuries. All he needed to do now was to continue running. Enduring the pain in his body, Hulahin stood up. Before he could identify the direction, a strong gust of wind hit his body. Instinctively, he raised his sword to block. With a crisp ding sound, a strong force passed through his right arm and knocked Hurahin, who had just stood up, back to the ground. The man borrowed the horse's momentum, and his strength increased by more than 2 times. Hurahin was once again injured by this attack, and he fell to the ground once more. With injuries on top of injuries, Hurahin felt that standing up had become a luxury. At this moment, a scene that made his hair stand on end happened. The warhorse that had just chopped him down had turned around and charged towards him once again. Hurahin cursed in his heart and gathered all his strength to crawl on the ground as quickly as he could. At this moment, there was only one voice in his mind, and that was to escape. Even if he had to crawl, he had to escape. With a chi-la sound, Hurahin felt a sudden pain behind him. The strength that he had just gathered in his body dissipated. Feeling that the horse on him had been chopped in half and hot blood was flowing from its back, Hurahin's eyes finally revealed a look of despair. At this moment, The scene of him leading his troops into the far eastern region of Al City unknowingly appeared in his mind. Thinking back to that time, how glorious was he? He never showed mercy to his opponents and killed as he pleased. How long had it been, and this scene was about to happen to him? Perhaps if he could redo his life, he definitely wouldn't have chosen to be enemies with the 5-star army. Li Jun stopped his horse and looked at the back of the enemy, who was still trying to fight back. He shook his head and said, "Don't blame anyone. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being enemies with our 5-star army." After he finished speaking, Li Jun once again bent down and raised his blade. A bloody head flew into the air. Hulahan, who had once dared to take the initiative to find trouble with the 5-star army, had become an ice-cold corpse. Following Hurahan's death, the 5,000 cavalrymen he led on the battlefield were either dead, injured, or surrendered. After not seeing a single enemy on the battlefield, Li Jun's division commander was satisfied and returned with the army. On the city tower of New Salai City, scouts were constantly reporting the results of the battle. They reported Hurahan's death and the 5,000 cavalrymen's annihilation to Prince Bola. Bola only felt his teeth hurt. Although this was the result he had long expected, when it happened, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Not only did the Han army have powerful firearms, but even their cavalrymen were so fierce. Could they really win against such an opponent? This was the first time Bola felt a sense of helplessness and fear of the unknown future. This night was spent amidst the gunfire. Every half an hour, there would be the sound of cannon fire. Whenever someone tried to launch a cavalry charge, what awaited them was endless gunfire and a crazy cavalry charge. This scene only ended when the sky began to brighten. During the night, the Mongolian army didn't get any rest. They spent the night in fear because no one could guarantee that the next cannon fire wouldn't fall on their heads. When the sky was bright, Yang Qindong also walked out of the tent. At this time, he was clearly in good spirits. After sleeping all the way until dawn, his mental state was at its peak. Young master. As soon as he walked out of the tent, Beta Persei excitedly greeted him, then laughed foolishly. There was no need to say anything. Just by looking at Beta Persei's appearance, he knew that last night's harvest was not small. "What's the matter? Are you here to report the results?" "Yes, young master," Beta Persei said with a happy face. "Young master, according to incomplete statistics, we killed and injured more than 30,000 enemies last night. Among them, we destroyed more than 800 of the enemy's tents." They didn't get any sleep last night. It seems that our chances of winning today's battle are much higher. Not bad. Hearing the results, Yang Qindong was also very satisfied. The meaning of last night's battle was not how many enemies were killed, but how much courage the enemy had. As a result, how could an army without morale be a match for the high-spirited 5-star army? "Well, you've been tired all night. Go and rest," Yang Qindong said with concern, then prepared to go to the front line to supervise the battle. "No, young master, I'm not tired." Beta Persei shook his head vigorously. They were facing a battle with hundreds of thousands of people today. How could he miss out on such an occasion? As for not resting for a night, it was really nothing for people like them who lived on the battlefield all year round. Seeing that Beta Persei wanted to continue to fight, Yang Qindong had no intention of stopping him. There were some things that, even if he spoke, he could stop the other party's actions, but he could not stop the other party's anxious heart. If that was the case, it was better to let Beta Persei continue to fight. "Okay, if that's the case, you continue to take care of the artillery regiment. All right, those 8 mortars, get ready and wait for orders. See if you can shoot down a big guy." Beta Persei, who had long been used to commanding artillery, immediately agreed with a smile. "Young master, you're good, huh?" The sky was bright, and Bola also let out a long sigh of relief. Although he didn't have much confidence in winning the upcoming battle, at least they could fight back during the day. With their superior military strength, even if they exchanged 1 for 2, or even 3, they would still be able to fight back. There was no need to continue to be beaten up. Bola's idea was to fight with the Han army in the open. He had already thought of a countermeasure during the night and continued to charge. He wanted to see how much gunpowder the Han army had and how long they could last. For this reason, he had already ordered people to invite the tribal leaders. He wanted to make a promise to raise their morale as much as possible and deal a heavy blow to the Han army. Once both sides started to suffer heavy casualties, he did not believe that the Han army would not retreat. He did not believe that the Han army would be able to hold their ground after coming so far. And with the Ross principalities behind them, he did not believe that the Han army would be able to hold their ground. Once they retreated, it would be time for him to lead his army in attack. At that time, it would not be difficult to reclaim all the lost land. More importantly, once he defeated the Han army, he would have the other side's firearms. In this way, the White Russian army would have nothing to fear. At that time, the Golden Horde would regain its glory. At that time, once he gave the order, it would not be impossible for him to regain the prestige of his ancestors. In the camp of the 5-star army, the soldiers were eating breakfast. Yang Qindong would never mistreat his soldiers in terms of food, drink, and clothing. They had even sold their lives to him. So wasn't it natural for him to improve their quality of life? For this reason, he took out the canned meat that was provided to the 5-star army and gave it to each of the Mongolian cavalry who had just joined. Fortunately, there were steam engines, lathes, and production lines now. Many provinces and regions had begun to encourage the people to raise poultry in large quantities. The government would take care of the unsold poultry. In this way, the raw meat and meat processing could keep up. There were more and more military rations like this, enough to meet the needs of the army. Otherwise, just in terms of food alone, the needs of hundreds of thousands of people on an expedition would be enough to give people a headache. The Mongolian cavalry ate the canned meat in their hands with a satisfied smile on their faces. They had never seen such things, even in their dreams. Now that they had enough, it was a happy thing. Perhaps they had never been treated like this before. Some of the Mongolian soldiers were secretly hiding food. In their eyes, it was not enough for them to eat such good food. They should share it with their families and let them know what the so-called delicacies in the world were. Chapter 1450. He had already expected something like this to happen. He also knew that people who were used to living a hard life valued food. Yang Qindong had already given the relevant orders. When the commander of the new Second Army saw the scene of people hiding food in the camp, he sighed and walked towards a temporary platform in the camp. As he walked, his expression was still unsightly. Various factions often appeared in the grasslands. This leader, that big man. They were either brave, cunning, or living in a balance. However, no matter which leader they were, they did not change the fact that they had to solve the problem of food and clothing for their people. On the grasslands, the more they fought, the poorer they became. The population also became smaller and smaller. They had no choice but to rob. If they encountered the Han people of the Central Plains who were easy to bully, they could barely survive. However, once the Han people were strong, they could only run away with their tails between their legs. Thinking about it, how sad was that? Since that was the case, why not follow the sixth young master? Although he was not a Mongolian, he was the only one who could let the Mongolian people eat and not starve. He could let the Mongolian people wear clothes and not suffer from the cold. He could also let the Mongolian people live in the city and have something to do. They did not need to live a life of bloodshed. Since that was the case, why not sell their lives to the sixth young master? What they wanted, what they needed, he could satisfy them. He was not like some people who insisted on the meaning of the golden bloodline. Could it be that with such a bloodline, they could live a better life? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. When he walked to the platform, he had already made up his mind. He would follow Yang Qindong to the end. Not only him, but he would also persuade more people. In the past, he served in the 5-star army to repay Yang Qindong's kindness. However, from now on, he would serve wholeheartedly for the sake of a better life and future for the Mongolian people. On the platform, it was as if he had become a different person. He stood tall, and his voice spread in all directions with the help of a simple loudspeaker. Brothers, I've lived a hard life like all of you, and I deeply understand what you're doing now. However, I still have to say that we are about to go to war. If you keep food on your body, it will not be beneficial for the next operation. Trust me, put down those things and eat them. As long as we can win the next battle, there will be a lot of good things like this. You will eat until the day you vomit. What? Eat until you vomit? The main cavalry soldiers shook their heads in disbelief. In his opinion, how could he have enough of such delicious food? Bullsh asterisk T. As for spitting it out, just how wasteful of an action was that? It was shameful and would be cursed by the clansmen. He looked at the soldiers with an understanding gaze. How could he not have such thoughts in the past? However, his initial suspicions became reality. There was a time when he was sick of eating canned meat. Although it wasn't to the point of vomiting, it was close to the point of vomiting. This was unimaginable in the past when he was short of food and clothing. She could understand what the soldiers were thinking. So she said with empathy, "I know what everyone is thinking, but the facts will prove who is right and who is wrong." Next, let's talk about the standards of merit. Those who capture a head on the battlefield will be rewarded with 20 Chinese coins. Those who capture 2 heads will be rewarded with 50 Chinese coins and a can of canned meat. Those who capture 3 heads. For people who had been starving all year round, there was nothing more tempting to them than food. This was far better than being promised a high position and a generous salary. This was something that could be seen and touched. Those who capture 1 person will be rewarded with 20 Chinese coins and a tael of refined salt. Those who capture 2 people will be rewarded with 50 Chinese coins and a can of canned meat. Those who capture 3 people will be rewarded with. She held the list of rewards that she had prepared beforehand and continued to read aloud. These rewards were all very edible. There were salt, sugar, iron pots, canned meat, rice, and even down jackets. As long as one achieved great merit on the battlefield, they would be rewarded handsomely after the battle. The warriors below listened quietly. After learning that there were so many different kinds of rewards, many of them looked forward to it. Some of them even started to consider whether they should kill or capture more people in the upcoming battle. It seemed like the reward for capturing people alive was much better. The 100,000 Meng soldiers who had just been incorporated and had not had time to reorganize were motivated just like that. There was no need to do any ideological work, nor was there any need to hold a meeting to reminisce about the past. All they needed to do was to take out the rewards and place them together for the soldiers to see. This was already a great stimulation. When the rewards were placed in front of them, and there were quite a few of them, all of the soldiers were moved. They all looked at the items that they needed and thought about how to perform in the upcoming battle to achieve their goals. This was the power of capital. This was the human potential that was stimulated by material needs. Looking at this scene, Shibei believed that he did not need to say anything, and everyone would give it their all. All he needed to do was pray for the enemy. At 9 o'clock in the morning, which was the time of the ancient times, 100,000 Meng soldiers left the camp and started to get into formation, preparing to attack. In contrast, the side in charge of defense had been waiting for a long time. Looking from afar, the crowd in front of New Sarai was a sea of people. It was impossible to count how many tribes and how many soldiers there were with the naked eye. Even when facing the rising Ross principalities, the Golden Horde did not put up such a grand display. Judging from this, they already regarded the 5-star army as their strongest opponent. Vaguely, they could see that there were still dozens of cannons erected on the walls of New Salai City, and there were people busy working there. It was obvious that these cannons had just been set up to stop the 5-star Legion's attack. Beta Persei used his binoculars to look at the dozens of cannons, and his eyes showed disdain. In terms of cannons, the enemy was nothing. In his eyes, these cannons were targets that could be attacked at any time. It was meaningless. Around the cannons, a group of nobles of the Golden Horde were standing there in luxurious clothes. As the saying goes, one can see far from high place. These dignitaries appeared here as if they were the rulers of the war. Take a look and see if you are familiar with any of them. Yang Chendong also noticed the changes on the city tower and handed the binoculars to General Gray, who had just finished persuading the nobles. He reached out and took the binoculars respectfully, then looked up with a hint of excitement. He had heard of this divine tool that could easily see thousands of meters away, but this was the first time he used it. He could not help but feel excited and nervous. It took him a while to familiarize himself with the use of the binoculars. When he looked up at the city wall, he quickly said excitedly, "I see it, I see it. The Khan is on the city tower." "Ohama?" When he heard the Khan's voice, Yang Shandong was also interested. "Yes, it's a Hama." Gray's face was a little red, and he was a little embarrassed. He had forgotten that he was no longer a member of the Golden Horde. He had just said the Khan out of habit. "Haha, very good." When he heard that a Hama was on the city tower, Yang Shandong also became excited. If they could get rid of the enemy's big boss at the start of the battle, then this battle would be much easier. He estimated that the Khan was at least 6 miles away. Muskets would definitely not be able to hit him. Even if field cannons could hit him, their power would inevitably be limited. If they missed, the enemy would escape, and they would miss a great opportunity. Well, inform Beta Persei to use the mortars. They must hit accurately and solve the biggest problem in one shot. Also, inform Tianyu to fly up and attract the enemy's attention. Yang Shandong quickly came up with a plan in his mind and immediately told Pan. This time, in order to deal with the Golden Horde, Yang Shandong sent a telegram to the Air Force of Chichen City to rush over. Compared to when the Air Force was first established, they had nothing. Now, the Air Force had become an army of its own. Although they could not build a real plane to give them a platform to display their abilities. But there was no problem in controlling hot air balloons, hydrogen balloons, and individual paragliders. They could also complete the ability to launch gunpowder attacks from high altitude and land. At this time, the commander of the Tianyu army was checking the equipment of the soldiers at the back of the army. For a long time, the Air Force was like a deaf person's ear decoration. It had an empty name, but no actual power. Because of this, Tianyu always had a feeling of being unable to raise his head, especially when the City Lord Mansion allocated a huge amount of money to the Air Force every year. He felt even more pressure. Fortunately, no matter what other people thought of them, the sixth young master always supported him. If he wanted money, he would give him money, he would give him people, and he would give him technology. After receiving support from all sides, Tianyu had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Ever since he achieved military merits in pacifying Ryukyu Island, he was even more convinced that the Air Force was a powerful force. Then, he worked hard day and night. Next, he led people to break through one obstacle after another. The problem of the hot air balloon's direction of ascent, the problem of the load, the problem of the stability of the altitude, the problem of the accuracy after dropping the explosives, including when to let it explode, to what extent the accuracy was, and so on. There were also hydrogen balloons that could fly higher and individual paragliders, how to carry out activities and reconnaissance behind the enemy's back, and so on. Over the years, the problems were solved one after another, and then they were solved again. Until now, the problems encountered have been solved, and the exercises have been done many times. Now, they only lacked real combat experience. Chapter 1451. Now, the opportunity was here. How could Tianyu not be excited? If he didn't need to command from the ground, he would have already ascended with the hot air balloons. Even so, he still walked to the division commander, who was also the leading officer, Sun Lixing. Division Commander Sun, this time, whether or not our Air Force can make a name for ourselves, it's all up to you. Do you have any questions? I promised to complete the mission. Sun Lixing wasn't tall, and his body was thin, but his overall balance was very good, and most importantly, he wasn't afraid of heights. There was an experiment where when the hydrogen balloon ascended to more than 1,000 meters, he could still remain calm, as if he was on land. This kind of psychological quality was tailor-made for air, so his military rank rose again and again. And this time, the actual combat command mission was given to him by Tianyu after careful consideration. He firmly believed that this person would be able to complete the mission well. Good. Remember, keep an eye on my flag to ensure that my orders are carried out smoothly and destroy the main target. Tian Yu patted Sun Lixing's shoulder again and said earnestly. At this time, the communications officer came over and conveyed Yang Qindong's order to ascend into the air. Tian Yu thought to himself, here it comes. Next, he looked at the spectacular scene of 50 hot air balloons ascending into the air. The five-star army decided to use the hot air balloons, which was one of Yang Qindong's trump cards. The range of the mortars was only about 13 miles. Compared to his target, it was still too far away. Although there were more powerful cannons in the warehouse, Yang Qindong didn't intend to use them. He believed that with his current strength, it was enough to defeat the Golden Horde. Yang Qindong was prepared, and the Golden Horde certainly wouldn't passively take a beating. Just as both sides were mobilizing their troops and preparing for a great battle, their reinforcements arrived. From afar, the gates of New Salai City opened wide, and a steady stream of cavalry swarmed out. Not only that, the other gates opened one after another, and more cavalry rushed out of the city, then gathered together and circled to the front of the battlefield. Ha! This time I want to see how the Han army will defeat this Khan. Standing on top of the city gate tower, Mahama laughed heartily as he watched more and more cavalrymen join the battle. His expression was extremely confident. This time, in order to deal with the Han army, he had spent a lot of money and agreed to a series of conditions. In the end, he managed to invite two powerful reinforcements, the 150,000 Circassian cavalry and the 100,000 Alan cavalry. There were 250,000 cavalrymen in total. When they appeared on the battlefield, it was as if they blotted out the sky. The surging cavalrymen covered the entire battlefield, giving people a feeling that they were endless. When the 250,000 cavalrymen raised their scimitars and shouted the word kill, their murderous aura surged. Even though the cavalry of a new Second Army were brave and experienced in battle, they were still frightened by the enemy's formation. The appearance of 250,000 cavalrymen was something that even Yang Qindong did not expect. Because they came in a hurry, the intelligence department did not have time to infiltrate New Salai City. This was also because Yang Qindong's attack was too fast, so fast that the intelligence department did not have time to implement their plans. The sudden addition of 250,000 cavalrymen made the Mongolian cavalrymen, who had been tormented for an entire night, feel more confident. In terms of military strength alone, the Golden Horde had more than 500,000 men, while the Han army only had about 200,000. This was more than twice the number of the Han army, giving them hope of victory. Good fellow, there are quite a lot of people. Haha. The heartless Beta Persei laughed heartily. Only a careless person like him would ignore the enemy's numbers. He thought that with so many enemies, how many could he blow up with one shot? Wouldn't that be great? There was also another person who was not afraid, and that was Yang Qindong. Yang Qindong already knew about the Circassians and the Alans. According to his plan, after dealing with the Golden Horde, he would deal with them. If they were obedient, it would be fine. If they dared to resist, he would just kill them. However, he did not expect that they would take the initiative to appear on the battlefield. This saved him a lot of effort, and he could kill them all in one fell swoop. Men, raise the flag and bring me my golden cloak. Yang Qindong's eyes were calm as he said calmly. What he wanted to do was simple. He wanted to stand on the front line and let all the soldiers see him at any time to encourage their determination to fight. As long as his flag did not fall, the soldiers' mental support would be there. This way, they could win this battle. With 200,000 against nearly 600,000 enemies, even if Yang Qindong had firearms in hand, he couldn't have the slightest carelessness. He was no longer a rookie on the battlefield. On the contrary, as the god of war who had lived two lives, he knew very well that once the army's morale collapsed, they would be defeated like a landslide. When that time came, even the most powerful firearms in one's hands would be useless. Countless history had proven that the decisive factor on the battlefield was not whose weapon was more powerful. In the end, it still depended on the person holding the weapon. Otherwise, there would not have been a victory against the M and C, and there would not have been the birth and emergence of a new Z country. The bigger the battle, the more important morale was. In order to boost morale, Yang Chundong rode on the white dragon with a golden cloak draped over his body. At this time, he stood in the middle of the army like a god descending from the heavens. When his eyes casually swept across the troops in his camp, the soldiers in his line of sight all straightened their bodies and held their heads high. They wanted to show their best side to their king. They wanted to use practical actions to prove that they were the best. When the flag was raised, the soldiers of the 5-star army saw it clearly. As the enemy, the soldiers of the Golden Horde also saw it clearly. Mahama and the others on the city gate tower also saw it clearly. Ha ha ha! Are they trying to show their determination? If so, who doesn't know how to do it? Men, raise the con flag. Mahama said, not to be outdone. He also wanted to show his determination. In terms of courage, he was not inferior to anyone. Because the blood of the Golden Horde flowed in his body, he was the noblest existence. After receiving the order, a con flag with the totem of a wolf's head was raised on the city wall. This scene was seen by even more soldiers of the Golden Horde. Immediately, a loud roar rose into the sky. Kill! 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 The sound of killing shook the sky. This was also a sign that the war was about to begin. It could be imagined that soon, this place would become a purgatory on earth. Soon, rivers of blood would flow. Hey, look, what's that? Because of the appearance of the con flag, the morale of the soldiers of the Golden Horde was extremely high. Suddenly, one white dot after another appeared in the sky in their line of sight. After that, the white dot seemed to be slowly approaching them. The Mongolian cavalry had never seen or even heard of hot air balloons. When they saw the air force of the 5-star army for the first time, they were puzzled, confused, and then excited. The Mongolians believed in Tengri, just like the Han people believed in Buddhism. In their hearts, Tengri was undoubtedly the most sacred existence. Every person in power would use this belief to invite the great shaman to perform a ritual to prove that they were chosen by Tengri. Only then could they win the hearts of the people and obtain power. But all of this was just empty talk from the great shaman. As for what the real Tengri was like, no one knew. Everyone only had a rough idea in their hearts. Tengri had the word Tian in its name, so it should be high up in the sky. Now, the appearance of the hot air balloons was like the manifestation of Tengri's spirit. It gave people a feeling of unattainable height, as if a miracle had appeared. Heavens, it must be Tengri's spirit. There were devout believers in the crowd. When they saw the white dot getting closer and closer to them, they could not help but dismount from their horses and kneel on the ground, kowtowing 3 times and kowtowing 9 times. With someone leading the charge, more and more Mongolian cavaliers began to imitate him. They knelt on the ground and shouted, "Long live Tengri!" At the same time, they also voiced out the thoughts that they had thought about many times in their hearts, hoping that they could use this chance to make it come true. On the city gate tower, Mahama also saw this scene. Compared to the people below, his mind was much clearer. He knew that the so-called Tengri was the belief of the people above, and it did not really exist. Otherwise, why hadn't any of his ancestors seen it before? Why had they not even heard of it? He knew that this was not Tengri, but seeing that the soldiers had chosen to believe, he decided to use this to his advantage. He quickly made a decision and knelt on the ground. At the same time, he shouted, "Thank you, Tengri, for coming to support us." He saw the shamelessness of the Han people and came to help us. Using the power of belief, he had successfully gathered the hearts of the people. With this shout, everyone was enlightened. So Tengri's spirit is here to help us. Since that's the case, what is there to be afraid of? We will definitely win this battle. More and more people knelt on the ground with a devout expression. Even he and the others who were dissatisfied with Mahama also knelt on the ground. There was another voice in their hearts. Could it be that the people of the Golden Family were really the children of Tengri? If that was the case, wouldn't betraying Mahama be the same as betraying Tengri? Did I do something wrong? The appearance of the hot air balloons caused a trace of chaos on the originally tense battlefield. It also diluted the killing intent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the direction of the hot air balloons. Even the 100,000 Meng soldiers who had just surrendered were getting restless at this moment. Chapter 1452. Naturally, they believed in the existence of Tungri. Now that they saw that Mahama had attracted the help of Tungri, their thoughts of helping the Han people in the war began to waver. Some people had even reached out to grab their cavalry swords and began to search for the Han army. They looked as if they would draw their swords at any time. Tell them that Tungri is here to help the Heavenly Khan. If they don't believe it, things will become clear soon. Yang Qindong noticed the change in the atmosphere of the army and ordered Shibi. At the same time, he said to Tian Yu, who was standing at the side, "Commander Tian, send a message to your soldiers. In a while, when Second Yang fires the cannons, they must also throw down explosives on the city gate tower to prove that Longevity Heaven has abandoned Mahama, the spokesperson of the Huang clan." There were many ways to defeat the enemy, and one of them was to destroy the opponent's will. This way, such an opponent would be vulnerable and difficult to deal with. After the order was given, the two commanders immediately went to work. The chaotic aura in the army was temporarily suppressed. In the end, who was right would depend on the final choice of the white dots. In front of the artillery base, 200 field cannons were ready to fire. 8 mortars were also placed on the ground. Beta Persei led everyone to do a final inspection. "Second brother, you must be tired after a busy night. Why don't you take a seat and rest for a while?" Linlun looked at Beta Persei with a bitter face. Although he was begging, he was actually asking for his boss's opinion in his heart. They had agreed last night that the night battle would be handed over to Beta Persei, and he would command the battle during the day. But who would have thought that the other party would be so shameless as to snatch the command during the day? What was the use of him as the artillery commander? Yang Er didn't even turn his head as he carefully inspected the last mortar. When he didn't find any problems, he said, "Captain Lin, I know you have something to say, but this is an order from the young master. I don't dare to disobey it." This, seeing that Beta Persei had even brought up Yang Qindong. What else could Lin Lun say? Even if he had 1,000 things to say, he could only hold it in. Seeing that Lin Lun was no longer speaking, Beta Persei knew that he was still angry, but he couldn't vent it out. Thinking that it wouldn't be good to dispel Lin Lun's enthusiasm, he thought for a while and said, "How about this? A total of 208 cannons. Each of us will command half of them. In the end, we'll see who has more glorious results. How about that?" Although he couldn't command all of them, getting half of them was already a pretty good result. Lin Lun agreed after a brief consideration. "That's good. In a while, when we bombard New Sarai City, we'll each fire a shot first. Let's see whose shot is more accurate." "Sure." Beta Persei nodded in agreement. He then looked at the position where the Khan flag was standing with his binoculars and began to adjust the scale of the mortar. Lin Lun did the same on the side, stretching out his thumb to measure the direction. From time to time, he would take a closer look with his binoculars to ensure the accuracy of the target. Whether it was Beta Persei or Lin Lun, they were both quietly working at this time. They didn't even look at the hot air balloon that appeared in the sky. For them, this thing was no longer rare. Both of them had even ridden in it before. Now, what they needed to do was to prepare for the bombardment to ensure that the first shot would be a success. Under their countless checks, the hot air balloon moved with the wind, getting closer and closer to the city walls of New Sarai City. When it finally floated above them, it began to descend. Gradually, they passed through the clouds and revealed their true bodies. When more small black dots appeared above the white dots, the true appearance of the hot air balloon began to be revealed. The Mongolians stared at the top of their heads intently, trying to see what Tungri looked like. Putting down his binoculars, Yang Qindong, who had seen everything, took a deep breath, then said in a firm and powerful voice, "The time is right. Order the artillery to fire. Fire. The signaler next to him immediately lowered the small red flag in his hand. The artillery signaler, who had been watching this scene for a long time, immediately shouted, "Fire, fire." Okay. Almost at the same time, Beta Persei and Commander Lin Luan both agreed. Then, the two men's resolute voices sounded at the same time. Fire. Boom. Boom. Almost at the same time, two shells were loaded into the barrel of the cannon. Then, there were two roaring explosions. The two shells pierced through the sky and went straight to the place where the Khan flag of New Sarai City was located. At the same time, the roaring sound pulled the minds of some people who were looking up at the sky back to reality. Before they could figure out what was going on, a deafening explosion came from the top of New Sarai City Tower. Then, a ball of fire flashed, and two large craters appeared on top of the city tower, along with a group of nobles who had been hit by the cannons. Under the precise adjustment, the two shells hit the vicinity of the Khan flag, and the one fired by Beta Persei fell directly 3 meters away from Mahama. The powerful artillery directly sent him flying. In the process of flying, Mahama fainted with blood all over his body. Mahama was killed by the explosion. This scene was seen by many soldiers on the battlefield. For a moment, many people burst into tears. Most of them were frightened. They didn't understand. Didn't Tungri appear? Then why couldn't they protect their Khan? Throw the explosive pack. On the hot air balloon, Division Commander Sun Lixing, who had more or less felt the residual power of the artillery, immediately ordered. Then, the explosive pack fell to the ground. At this time, there weren't many important targets on the tower, but the effect of the explosive pack was still incomparable to that of the artillery. This proved that Tungri had given up on Mahama, which also meant that they had indirectly given up on everyone. This psychological blow was the most important. It hit Beta Persei and Lin Luan, who were holding the binoculars at the same time, couldn't help but shout. Then, after looking at each other, they ordered the artillery to fire at the same time, launching a large-scale attack. Boom, 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 boom. On the battlefield, the dense sound of artillery fire came one after another, and when it landed in the Mongolian army's camp, dozens or even dozens of corpses would be sent flying. Under the simultaneous fire of thousands of artillery, the artillery soldiers displayed their great power of killing people like killing chickens. Mahama's death, the artillery's whereabouts, and the continuous attacks, the Mongolian cavalry panicked. They even forgot to charge and just rode on their horses with a confused and fearful expression, not knowing what to do. On the tower, Bola, who was in the cavalry camp, also saw this scene. His face was incomparably pale in an instant, and his body trembled uncontrollably. This trembling was both fear, nervousness, and excitement. Now that Mahama was dead, as the prince, wouldn't he be the new Khan? Although it came a little too suddenly, wasn't this the result he had been waiting for many years? How could Bola not be excited when he thought about how he was going to be the Khan? The continuous sound of artillery fire quickly pulled him back to reality from his excitement. Phew! Bola let out a long breath and looked deeply at the Han army camp a few miles away. He muttered to himself, "Although you helped me become the Khan earlier, I will not be grateful to you. On the contrary, I will use your blood, your lives as a stepping stone. I will tell everyone that I am more suitable to lead you than Father Khan. Men, order the army to attack. Summon Shamask and Maolahong, the two leaders, over." Bola, who had gradually calmed down, knew what he had to do next, and he was already prepared for it. Shamask was the leader of the Circassian people, and Maolahong was the leader of the Alan people. In the past, they were independent forces. This time, the dead Mahama had paid a lot of money to deal with the Han army. But now that Mahama was dead, he didn't know if the promise was still valid. After hearing Bola's summons, the two generals came to the central tent with nervous hearts. As soon as they saw each other, the two leaders put their right hands on their chests and bowed. They said with a sorrowful tone, "Your Highness, please restrain your grief." "Thank you for your concern, uncles. Bola also pretended to be in pain and bowed. Then he slowly got up and said to the two, "Just now, this little prince has inherited the Khan's position. I am now the new Khan of the Golden Horde." Shamask and Mao Lahong took the opportunity to look at each other. After a short exchange of glances, they said in unison, "We pay our respects to the great Khan." "Uncles, please get up." Bola made a gesture of getting up, as if he was courteous to the wise. Then he sighed and said, "It's a pity that my father's body hasn't even turned cold, and now this Khan has to face the life and death of his people. The pressure is too great. Fortunately, with the help of uncles, this Khan has more confidence to fight to the death with the Han army." With that, the two were pulled onto the war chariot. After saying this, Bola quickly noticed that the expressions of the two leaders had turned somewhat ugly. He knew what they were worried about, and in order to prevent the situation from worsening, he spoke again. "Uncles, please don't worry. Father's promise to you will still be fulfilled. Not only that, I am willing to share the spoils of war with you two uncles. How about we each get 50%? Sigh, I'm sure you two uncles can see that once the Golden Horde loses to the Han army, they will soon make a move on you. To be honest, helping me now is helping yourselves." Threats and promises. Bola had said everything he needed to say. His gaze then fell on Shamask and Salamander. He believed they would make the right choice. Chapter 1453. If Bola had said these words before the battle, the two of them might have considered it. But after seeing the power of the enemy's cannons, they treated the Han army as their greatest enemy. None of them had the confidence to win against such an opponent. Only if the three of them worked together would they have a higher chance of winning. They already had this intention, and now that Bola had offered to split the spoils, how could the two not agree? They immediately cupped their fists and said, "Good. If that's the case, then we will follow the great Khan to destroy the Han army and show the might of the Mongolian army. Ha, good. With the help of the two uncles, we will definitely win this battle." Even though the answer was within his expectations, Bola was still very excited after hearing it with his own ears. The three of them finally sat down together and began to attack together for a common goal. The three of them discussed the direction of their attack and said goodbye to each other before returning to their respective camps. Of course, at this time, the great Khan and the two leaders had already changed into the battle robes of ordinary soldiers. With Mahama's example, they wouldn't casually expose their targets. At the same time, the Mongolian cavalry of the Golden Horde had already launched continuous attacks. Even though it was only a small-scale charge, Yang Qindong did not underestimate the enemy. He ordered the army to be prepared and only use the cannons to receive the enemy's attacks. At the same time, he was also waiting for the enemy's reaction. There were only two kinds of reactions. The first was to fight, and the second was to flee. If it was the latter, Yang Qindong would have a headache. After all, this place was vast. If the main force of the Mongolian army escaped, it would not be easy to catch them again. On the other hand, if they were to fight, it would be an extremely stressful situation for them to have more than 500,000 against his 200,000. Sixth young master, look, they're moving. The cavalry is pressing forward. Qiu Vi, the leader of the Black Cavalry, had always been sharp. He immediately noticed the change in the enemy's formation and immediately shouted. Yang Qindong's eyes were deep as he looked forward. The white dragon under him seemed to sense his master's anxiety and began to snort. Sixth young master, should we order the cavalry to launch a countercharge? Seeing that the enemy's cavalry was getting closer and closer to them, and there seemed to be an endless number of them, the Saber Battalion commander felt the pressure and asked for instructions from the side. Yang Qindong remained silent. He was still waiting. In this battle, Yang Qindong relied on the strength of his firearms. If he were to compete in numbers, he would soon be at a disadvantage. Even if he could win in the later stages, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. This was not what Yang Qindong wanted. Seeing that Yang Qindong didn't say anything, Shi Bi and the others had no choice but to stand to the side and wait. At the same time, they anxiously watched the battlefield. In the face of a cavalry charge, The one who made the first move would usually have the upper hand. After all, a war horse would need a period of time to exert its advantage. If it waited for the enemy to arrive in front of it before launching a counterattack, it would already be at a disadvantage. The Central Army was not in a hurry and did not issue any orders. Many of the cavalry generals had anxious looks on their faces. However, only the 2nd Cold Front Division and the officers and soldiers had excited looks on their faces. Considering that their shooting range was limited, if the cavalry charged, it would mean that they had nothing to do. No matter how capable they would not be able to display their abilities. However, they were facing cavalry. The enemy's speed was very fast. If they were not careful, they would lose their advantage when the enemy reached them. Therefore, not every commander could remain calm in the face of danger and unfavorable situations that might occur. Yang Chandong was undoubtedly an excellent commander, so he believed in the battle of the Cold Front Division. He believed that the soldiers could use their powerful firearms to suppress the enemy's charge. Since the 6th young master believed in him so much, Xiao Feng had no reason not to perform well. Everyone, check your guns one last time. Listen to my orders. If the enemy enters the range of 500 meters, fire back. Don't save your bullets for me. Fight with all your might. Whoever dares to place the enemy in front of us, I'll punish them when I return. Just wait for them to retire from active duty after this battle. Xiao Feng looked at the countless Mongolian cavaliers who were getting closer and closer, and his eyes were a little red as he shouted. The importance of this battle was self-evident. He was afraid that the soldiers below would become arrogant. At this moment, Xiao Feng had no choice but to give them a warning and show them respect. The threat of retirement was enough to shock all the soldiers. After all, the treatment of the Cold Front Division was very good. No one in the 5-star army could compare to it. Whether it was the benefits or social status, who knew how many people were envious of them? If they were kicked out because of this, they would not have the face to see anyone. Xiao Feng was ruthless, and the officers and soldiers below all became very serious. Many of them obediently checked the guns in their hands, and they ate basic ammunition beside them. Then, they held their breaths and stared at the front. They were silently calculating whether the distance between them and the enemy was within their shooting range. The cannons were still firing, and they did not fall into the Mongolian army in a fixed direction. However, the effectiveness of 208 cannons against over 500,000 cavalrymen was limited. Even though Beta, Persei, and Lin Luan had continuously ordered people to pour water on the cannons to cool them down, the temperature of the cannons was still high. Damn it, Beta Persei cursed as he looked at the enemy cavalry that was getting closer and closer to the cannons. He originally thought that with the advantage of the cannons, no matter how strong the Mongolian cavalry was, they would be defeated in an instant. However, who would have thought that they would start a countercharge and completely ignore the cannons? Men, go and raise the cannons. Don't stop. Continue firing. I don't believe that these people are not afraid of death. Knowing that the cannons could not change the entire situation, Beta Persei also gave up on the idea of using the cannons to defend against the enemy. He decided to calm down and do a good job of commanding the cannons to create more conditions for the army to counterattack. The cannons were already helpless. This was because the enemy was too close, and the process of firing the cannons required a lot of time. In comparison, the firearms did not have such a problem. With the light and heavy machine guns and the Type 95 that could fire in bursts, they were only afraid that the enemy's numbers were too small. All the soldiers of the Cold Front looked forward excitedly, waiting for the enemy to come closer. However, the Mongolian cavalry was getting closer and closer to them. 2 miles, 1.5 miles. Finally, they were within 1 mile of the enemy. The Mongolian cavalry that came in a straight line took up the entire battlefield. As far as the eye could see, there were enemies everywhere. In such an environment, the soldiers of the Cold Front did not even need to aim. They only needed to fire their bullets, and they would hit an enemy. Fire. When they saw that the Mongolian cavaliers were within their firing range, Xiao Feng, who had been waiting for a long time, could not help but shout out the order to open fire. Thousands of long spears were fired at the same time, and they fired at the Mongolian cavaliers who were charging over to vent their anger. Following the sound of gunfire, row after row of Mongolian cavalrymen fell from their horses or fell to the ground with their horses. The bullets pierced through the air and drilled into the bodies of the cavalry and war horses. At the same time, they also took the lives of the cavalry. At that moment, life was so fragile. At that moment, life was as cheap as grass. At that moment, life was flowing away like water. Under the sound of gunfire, the Mongolian cavalry's charge was stopped. The Mongolian cavalry that charged at the front fell like chives that were being cut. Then, they were replaced by another batch. The only difference was that the ground was covered with a layer of corpses, and there was a pungent smell of blood. Phew! When a mercenary commander and the others saw this scene, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, they were really worried. If the cold front could not stop these cavalry, the consequences would be unimaginable. Once the enemy cavalry reached them, even if the king's flag was here, the army would not be able to escape. In this kind of battle, once the morale was gone, once they started to retreat, no one would be able to turn the situation around. Just now, the mercenary commander had even made the decision to protect Yang Qindong and retreat. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not happen. The cold front was indeed the most elite of the 5-star corps. They did not disappoint and finally blocked the enemy's attack. They suppressed the enemy's arrogant aura and suppressed the enemy's arrogant flames. The 5-star flag was still there, and it calmed the hearts of the soldiers. It allowed them to not choose to escape when the danger was near. Now that the cold front's counterattack had stopped the enemy's attack and was continuously destroying the enemy's strength, all the soldiers of the 5-star army relaxed. Then, they stared at the battlefield without blinking. At the same time, they would occasionally look at the king's flag and wait for the order to counterattack. The soldiers of the 5-star army relaxed, and in return, the expressions of the Mongol cavalry changed drastically. They were in great pain. Originally, they thought that with their advantage in numbers, they would not be afraid even if the Han army had cannons. After all, cannons could only attack a single point and needed time to reload. If they were lucky, they would not be hit by the cannons. As long as they could charge in front of the Han army, they would be able to display the advantage of their cavalry. They would wave their sabers and let the Han army know what the consequences of angering them were. This was especially so when the cavalry continued to charge. As the distance between them and the Han army got closer and closer, the Mongol cavalry became even more excited. Many of them even thought that victory was already in their hands. That was because with such a close distance and the advantage in numbers, the Han army would definitely not be able to turn the situation around. Because of this, many of the Mongol cavalry increased the speed of their horses. It was as if they were afraid that they would be a step too late and not be able to obtain military merits. Among them, there were a few small Mongol tribes that had been persuaded by General Gray. Chapter 1454. They had met with Gray before and agreed to help the 5-star army. However, seeing the situation on the battlefield change, seeing that the Han army was about to be finished, how could they still care about such things? This was the human heart. Never expect promises to be useful, and never take agreements too seriously. When you are weak, even a dog may come and trample on you. Of course, not everyone was like this. Take Heck, for example. He led his tribe behind. Since he had agreed to help Gray, he could not go back on his word. More importantly, Heck did not think that the Han army would be defeated so easily. If that was the case, why would he send troops to fight the Golden Horde? With everyone having different thoughts, the 3 marshals of the Mongol army all had their own thoughts. Shamask, the leader of the Sher Caste people, and Mao La Hong, the leader of the Alans, had the intention of retreating. Under the constant barrage of cannon fire, they were suffering losses. They thought that as long as the cavalry charged into the Han army, they would be able to turn the situation around. Not only would they win, but they would also be able to get their hands on the powerful cannons. But who would have thought that in addition to the power of the cannons, The other party's muskets were also so powerful that they were able to stop the cavalry's charge. It was as if a natural dividing line had been drawn, and whoever crossed it would die. He watched as his subordinates charged forward and died one by one, and two by two died. In a short period of time, tens of thousands of cavalry died in the charge. Shamask and Mal-Lahong's expressions changed. They began to feel fear. Unknown death was the most terrifying thing. Since they didn't know how long the Han muskets could last, Shamask and Mal-Lahong didn't know if they should continue gambling. After all, the stakes were too high. If they failed, there would be no chance of a comeback. Shamask and Mal-Lahong's expressions changed. Kagan Bola sneered and said, "Uncles, we have no way out now. You all participated in the operation against the Han army. Do you think that if the Golden Horde loses, they will let you go?" This, Shamask and Mal-Lahong frowned. They did not know how to answer. Seeing that the time had come, Bolal said urgently, "All right, there are some things that can't be undone. It's still the same words. Life and death is right in front of us. If we can't defeat the Han army, then our decades of hard work and effort will go to waste. Now is not the time to care about losses. Only by continuing to charge can we hope for victory. But if we hesitate, we will die without a grave." Besides, he had never heard of a gun that could fire continuously without stopping. Charge! There is no other choice. Yes, there is no other choice. When Mal-Lahong heard this, he seemed to have made up his mind. He looked at Shamask and even spoke to console him. 2 against 1. Although Shamask's heart ached at the losses he had suffered on the battlefield, at this point, even if he retreated, he wouldn't have a good ending. He wouldn't even have a chance to fight for a second chance. AI, fine. Let's keep charging. I want to see how long these Han muskets can keep firing. On the battlefield, the Mongol army was coming to an agreement. Yang Chendong, who was riding on the white dragon, sighed as he looked at the scenes unfolding before him. What a natural place for a decisive battle. Looking at the empty space in front of New Sarai that could hold hundreds of thousands of troops for both sides, Yang Chendong couldn't help but sigh at how much effort the Golden Horde had put into setting up such a natural battlefield. But this battlefield, which was meant to be used against the five-star army, was destined to become their graveyard. The gunfire continued. The Mongolian cavalry continued to lose men, but their momentum did not decrease. In fact, they even increased their power. If it weren't for the fact that the 2nd Division of the Cold Front Division had used their rocket launchers to dispel the enemy's momentum time and time again, the enemy would have already reached them by now. This was the bravery of the Mongol cavalry. They were fearless in the face of death. Even though Bola and the other 2 leaders had sent out a large number of warlords, the Golden Horde's control over the hearts of the people over the past 200 years had been very effective. At the very least, if it was the Qing army in the late Qing dynasty, they would not have had the courage and ability to face the 8-nation alliance. This was enough to show that the Golden Horde's strength was still at its peak. According to history, they still had a few decades to fight with the Rossi principalities. But so what? In front of the 5-star army, no matter how strong the army was, it was nothing more than a useless army. Everything depended on whether Yang Chendong was determined to deal with them. It depended on whether their existence was an obstacle to the unification of the world. It's about time. We can't kill everyone. We need a lot of slaves to build this place. Order the Air Force to follow the plan. Yang Chendong, who was on the White Dragon, moved his lips slightly. The commander of the Heavenly Language Corps, who had been standing at the side impatiently for a long time, immediately agreed happily. Then, he ran to the communications center and began to contact Division Commander Sun Lixing. In the sky above New Sarai City, the hot air balloons that first appeared here rose higher and higher as the battle began. They slowly left the people's sight. However, they did not really leave. Instead, they hid themselves and waited for an opportunity. They were waiting for the order to attack. Finally, after about 2 hours, Division Commander Sun Lixing, who was on a hot air balloon, received the order from Commander Tian Yu. The moment he saw the contents of the telegram, he was very excited. He immediately said to the flag bearer beside him, "Raise the flag. Order the operation to begin." The Air Force soldiers who had been waiting impatiently in the air were waiting for this order. After seeing the command from the hot air balloon, they excitedly lowered the altitude of the hot air balloon left and right, constantly searching for the target in the process. In order to cooperate with them, dozens of intelligence team members in New Sarai City had already begun to move. They were wearing brightly colored silk cloths, which they tied to the sides of their important targets to guide the hot air balloons in the sky. What were important targets? When two armies fought, before the soldiers and horses moved, the provisions would move first. The most important thing was, of course, food. As long as the army's provisions were destroyed, the soldiers would have no food. How could they continue the battle? They would definitely lose their minds, and their morale would plummet. The Five-Star Army's Air Force had chosen such a target. For this battle, the Golden Horde had indeed stockpiled a lot of food in the city. It was originally to guard against the Ross Duchy, but now it had come in handy. There's so many targets. There's a lot of food among them. It would be a pity if they were all destroyed. Sun Lixing sat in the hot air balloon and held a telescope. He looked down from above and then shook his head. His face was filled with reluctance. "Division Master, give the order. The soldiers can't wait any longer." A messenger beside him, who was also a thrower, urged in a low voice. He had already chosen his target. He only needed to descend to a certain height before he threw the bag of explosives in his hand. "Okay, order each company to find the nearest target and attack randomly." Sun Lixing nodded. This was not the time to be merciful. War was like this. Most of the time, if you didn't kill others, others would kill you. There was always a result. Often, before such a result appeared, there would be endless killing. On the other hand, only by killing one side could the war stop and allow the people to live a peaceful life again. Therefore, in a sense, being able to end the battle quickly was also a good thing. Sun Lixing dismissed the messy thoughts in his mind and began to focus on completing the mission. About half an hour later, the hot air balloon descended to a height where it could throw the bags of explosives. Then, one by one, the bags of explosives fell from the sky. New Sarai City was engulfed in flames. The sudden explosion and the sound of thunder turned the city, which was the rear, into the front line. Countless houses and mansions of the nobles of the Golden Horde became the targets of the explosion. Countless heavily guarded granaries became the focus of the explosion. Amidst the sound of thunder, the sky was filled with flames. "What's going on?" The new Khan Bora, who was commanding the cavalry to charge outside the city, suddenly heard the continuous explosions behind him. He looked back with an ugly expression. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Instability in the rear was a military taboo. This would create a huge pressure on the already low morale of the army. It could even decide the outcome of this battle. "Great Khan, I'll go take a look." Captain Mang Wuka looked back, his eyes flashing with horror. He was also very curious as to why there were cannons raining down from the rear, with flames soaring into the sky. Hence, he asked, "Go quickly and return quickly." Bora nodded to Mang Wuka, then said, "Arrange for General Boudoir, who is in charge of the scouts, to come here. I want to know if there are any more ambushes nearby." Mang Wuka nodded and left. Not long after, he entered the city. What he saw was a scene of fire everywhere. Everywhere, the people in the city were rushing to put out the fire. However, compared to the limited fire suppression, there were still bags of explosives falling from the sky, causing new damage and spreading flames. In comparison, the fire did not seem to be weak. Instead, it seemed to be getting out of control. That's where the granaries are, and there too. Heavens! Mang Wuka quickly looked around and was shocked. At this moment, he finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Almost all the granaries in sight were on fire. This was shaking the foundation of the Golden Horde. Chapter 1455. Quickly arrange for people to put out the fire. As he shouted, Mangwok turned around and galloped away. He wanted to tell the Khan about what had happened here so that he could make preparations. Just as Mengwa galloped towards the city, Yang Chendong, who was riding on the White Dragon, saw the flames in New Salai City. He knew that the Air Force had made a move. He knew that the plan to take drastic measures to deal with the situation had finally come to fruition. It's time to end this. Tell General Gray that he can start his plan. Yang Chendong's gaze was still calm as he spoke in a calm voice. The Black Cavalry had already received the order and spread the word. General Gray, who had been waiting in the army for a long time, also saw the flames in New Salai City. He became nervous and excited because his chance to make a great contribution had arrived. However, he was still faintly worried in his heart. He didn't know if Yang Chendong would give him this chance to make a contribution. Looking at the current situation, even without Air, he and the others, the 5-star army would definitely win this battle. Originally, he thought that this battle would be very difficult. At that time, the tens of thousands of people that he had prepared in advance would be able to play a role in determining the outcome of the battle. However, from the looks of it, his arrangements had become useless. At this moment, Gray wasn't sure if Yang Chendong would still use the backup plan that he had arranged. Just as he was feeling nervous, Yang Chendong sent a messenger in front of him and announced the military order, asking him to immediately attack according to the plan. Yes, Gray excitedly saluted with a military salute that he had just learned not long ago. After watching the Black Cavalry leave, he laughed loudly and said, "Good, good. It's time for this general to show his talent. Men, take out the red silk cloth and send the signal." The red silk cloth was the signal that Gray, Air, he, and the others had discussed before this. The moment the red cloth appeared on the battlefield, the leaders of the small Mongol tribes that had been convinced by him would immediately change sides and deal a heavy blow to the Mongol army. The red cloth had already been prepared, and the soldiers who received the order immediately raised it up high. The long pole in their hands stood between heaven and earth, and at this moment it fluttered with the wind. Because the red cloth was dozens of meters wide, it became a scenery on the battlefield that couldn't be ignored. At this time, Air he and the others were anxiously looking in the direction of the Han army camp. In just 4 hours, they had personally witnessed batch after batch of elite Mongol cavalry charging at the Han camp and dying on the battlefield. To be honest, they had seen a lot on the battlefield, and they had seen many one-sided situations. However, this was the first time he had seen such a scene where one side had suffered countless casualties while the other side was completely unharmed. Originally, they thought that the Golden Horde had the advantage in numbers. Furthermore, they were well prepared and had even chosen such a good battlefield. The Han army would definitely be at a disadvantage. If that was the case, then he would have to carefully consider what to do next. After all, if the Han army was going to lose, then he would be leading the warriors of his tribe over. That would not be sending charcoal in snowy weather, but rushing to their deaths. He was originally very worried, as he never thought that the Churkas and Allans would appear on the battlefield to help the Golden Horde deal with the Han army. However, he had already promised Gru, and had even accepted his silver. If he were to go back on his word now, wouldn't he become a disloyal and unjust person? As for what to do, Ere he was in a difficult position. Even though he saw that the Han army had powerful cannons that he did not know of, he did not see any hope. In the past, when they fought against the White Russians, they had also used cannons. However, in the end, they did not gain any advantage. Furthermore, the Golden Horde had spent a lot of money this time, inviting so many helpers. How long could the Han army last? Once the cavalry charged in front of the cannons, they would no longer have the advantage and would be slaughtered by the Mongol cavalry. Just as he was feeling conflicted, the might of the 5-star army's muskets appeared. They actually formed a strong and dense net, making it impossible for anyone to charge in. Who knew how many elite cavalry had died because of this? When he saw this scene, he finally relaxed a lot. At the same time, he finally saw the strength of the Han army. At the same time, he began to worry that such a strong Han army would not be able to accept him. Humans were often such contradictory entities. When they had no money, they wanted to have money. When they had money, they would worry about not having money. He, who had unknowingly become the emperor of conflict, would occasionally look towards the Han army camp, waiting for General Gray to send him a signal. Unknowingly, a layer of cold sweat had appeared on his forehead. He had already noticed that as time went by, more and more cavalrymen died on the battlefield. Even though he and his tribe had been prepared for this since a long time ago and were at the edge of the battlefield, the recruitment of soldiers had already begun and were heading towards them. It could be seen that in at most an hour, it would be his tribe's turn to send out troops. If that was the case, what would he do? Resist? Facing the Mongol army, which was tens of times his tribe's size, he would definitely not be able to gain an advantage. Attack the 5-star army. He was afraid that the other party's gun wouldn't have eyes and would really shoot him to death. What should I do? What should I do? General Gray, what exactly are you thinking? He, who was feeling extremely anxious, focused all of his attention on the Han army camp. He could not care about anything else. He only wanted to take action the moment General Gray sent out the signal. This was also a way to save himself. Finally, amidst his anticipation, the large piece of red cloth that he had been thinking about appeared in the Han army camp. Signal. The signal has finally been sent. Warriors of the tribe, wrap the white cloth around your arms and follow me to kill. He, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, after confirming that his eyes were not playing tricks on him, how could he continue waiting? He immediately shouted and led the 5,000 warriors from his tribe to charge at the Mongol cavalry around them. At the same time, a few Mongolian cavaliers who also had white cloth on their shoulders raised their sabers and suddenly attacked their allies who were caught off guard and did not have white cloth on their shoulders. The actions of He and the others caused the already low morale of the Mongol army to become even more chaotic, causing their morale to drop to a freezing point. Before many of them could even understand what was going on, their bodies had already been sliced by the sabers, causing them to fall to the ground. The Mongol army became chaotic, and the chaos started from the rear. This scene fell into the eyes of Yang Chendong, who was carefully observing the situation. He could not help but put down his binoculars and laughed. Very good. Even a sturdy fortress is afraid of collapsing from the inside. After sighing, Yang Chendong's right hand grabbed the sharp saber by his waist. With a flick of his wrist, the saber was raised. At the same time, his shout rang out, "Warriors, the Mongol army's rations have already been destroyed by our air force. Now that they have started to fight amongst themselves, it is time for us to retaliate. This king gives the order, charge. Charge!" The 1,000-plus black cavalry soldiers in charge of protecting Yang Chendong roared out in unison after hearing their master's command. They repeated every word Yang Chendong had said, trying their best to transmit his voice into the ears of every soldier. After the final word, the new Second Army, who had already mounted their war horses and had been waiting for a long time, charged forward under the lead of Commander Soder. Following closely behind were the 20,000 Mongol soldiers led by Ahuli. After these cavalry soldiers covered the sky and covered the earth, the 100,000 Mongol soldiers that had just surrendered charged toward the Mongol army under the lead of Gray, Buru, Wutao, and the other generals. The retaliation had begun. Over 100,000 cavalry soldiers moved together. How could this scene be described with just one word? It was rather grand and spectacular. Even the 2nd Division of the Cold Front, who were lying prone on the ground, felt the earth tremble. As the division commander, Xiao Feng didn't need to turn his head to know what was going on. He couldn't help but reveal an anxious expression. In the past 2 hours, he had led the 2nd Division to fight to his heart's content. Although they had been shooting nonstop for a long period of time, many soldiers had become quite tired. There were even a few soldiers who had suffered light injuries due to their poor control. However, Xiao Feng and the soldiers didn't complain about their tiredness. Seeing the Mongol cavalry fall one by one under the muzzle of their guns, they felt both pain and joy. If they continued fighting like this, Xiao Feng could even boast that there wouldn't be any problems leaving these enemies to the soldiers of the 2nd Division. However, at this moment, the cavalry soldiers of the Cold Front had begun their charge. This also meant that his thoughts of taking all the credit for himself had been shattered. He had already thought that it was impossible to leave these enemies to the second division. After all, the sixth young master didn't just want to defeat the enemy. He also wanted to obtain this place and construct it. Once all the strong men died in battle, who knew how many years it would take to redevelop this place? However, even if he knew all this, the moment he saw the cavalry charge, Xiao Feng still felt a deep sense of loss in his heart. He knew better than anyone that once the cavalry charged, the cold front soldiers wouldn't be able to do anything. When both sides were fighting, the cold front soldiers didn't dare to fire casually. What if they hurt their comrades? Furthermore, the cavalry was running. It would be strange if they could keep up. He knew that he didn't have many chances left. Xiao Feng's heart skipped a beat. He simply got up from the ground and started shooting with the light machine gun in his hand while taking large strides forward. "Kill all of you, die." Xiao Feng, who was holding the light machine gun, made use of every second to initiate an attack. He fired towards the Mongol cavalry. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.